request you that you look at the overall observations, recommendations, and budget allocation. Please, Chair.
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker. I stand here to present the report of the Legal and Parliamentary Affairs Committee for the Ministerial Policy Statements under its scrutiny. Right Honourable Speaker, I beg to lay on table the minutes and the duly signed report for the committee. I beg to lay.
Please lay. Thank you.
Honourable colleagues, Right Honourable Speaker, the Committee on Legal and Parliamentary Affairs, in accordance with Article 155 of the Constitution and other antecedent laws, is mandated, among others, to examine the following ministerial policy statements and votes. The committee considered the ministerial statements for Vote 007, Ministry of Justice and Constitutional Affairs, Vote 133, Directorate of Public Prosecutions, Vote 102, Electoral Commission, Vote 105, Uganda Law Reform Commission, Vote 104, Parliamentary Commission, Vote 101, the Judiciary, Vote 148, Judicial Service Commission, Vote 109, Law Development Center, Vote 106, Uganda Human Rights Commission, Vote 103, Inspectorate of Government, and Vote 119, Uganda Registration Services Bureau, and also the Shadow Minister of Justice and Constitutional Affairs, who made a report. In the interest of time, Right Honourable Speaker, the report is up. This is Vote 109. In the interest of time, Right Honourable Speaker, the report is uploaded. I'll just go straight to the recommendations and observations of the committee, which, for those who have had the access to the report, is on page 28. The committee made the following observations and recommendations under Ministry of Justice and Constitutional Affairs. Right Honourable Speaker, the committee was informed that the phase 1 of the construction of police headquarters and the parking deck of the Just Law and Order Sector House has reached practical completion and partial occupation commenced in March 2026. The ongoing and outstanding certified work under phase 1, ongoing work under phase 2, and completion of the parking deck cannot be funded within the 16.63 billion which was provided, against the 50 billion which was required. To ensure timely completion of the entire project, the Ministry requires additional budget allocation of 34 billion in financial year 2026-2027. The committee recommends that additional 34 billion be provided for this financial year to enable the Ministry to complete construction of the JLO's house. Honourable colleagues, as you have noticed, many of the offices have already shifted to Naguru, where it's located. Under the motor vehicles, the committee was informed that the Ministry currently has a fleet of 86 vehicles, of which 68 are over 5 years and 37 have been in usage for over 10 years. Relatedly, the Auditor General has already raised a query over the use of old vehicles that should have been disposed of. The Ministry needs transport equipment of at least 48 motor vehicles over the next 2 financial years to support its operations of regional offices, court attendance, supporting the functions of administration of estates of the deceased persons, inspection of law chambers as its mandate. The committee recommends that an additional 7.2 billion be provided to the development budget of the Ministry of Justice and Constitutional Affairs for the coming financial year to procure 24 vehicles to improve dispensation of justice and access to justice in various areas. Right Honourable Speaker, the committee noted that state attorneys in the Ministry of Justice and Constitutional Affairs and the Directorate of Public Prosecutions do related work, but those from Ministry of Justice and Constitutional Affairs are taxed, while those in DPP are not. We note that to remove this discrimination, there is need for a tax waiver for state attorneys in the Ministry of Justice and Constitutional Affairs as well. So the committee makes this recommendation strongly. Construction and facilitation of regional offices. The committee was informed that the Ministry of Justice and Constitutional Affairs continues to face challenges in delivering effective services due to inadequate infrastructure and limited tools and equipment, with only 7 regional offices serving an average of 25 districts each. Workloads and case backlogs remain high, and access to justice, especially for vulnerable groups such as orphans and widows, is constrained by long travel distances of up to some even 400 kilometers. Effective financial year 2025-2026, the ministry established 5 more regional offices in Iganga, Masaka, Hoima, Kabale, and Lira. These offices are currently in rented premises. There is need to construct a permanent regional office over the 5 years period, and this would require at least 8 billion shillings. The committee recommends that 8 billion be considered for the phased construction of these offices over a period of 5 years to enable the Ministry of Justice and Constitutional Affairs execute its mandate across the entire country. Right Honourable Speaker, construction of offices for the African Humanitarian Agency. In 2024, the government of Uganda bidded and won to host the Secretariat for African Humanitarian Agency, but the condition was that the hosting country constructs offices and residences in 2 years. The Ministry of Finance, Planning and Economic Development signed the commitment on behalf of government. This included providing office and residential accommodation as the construction takes place. This altogether required 360 billion over a period of 2 years. However, the ministry requires 200 billion for the first year to commence this construction of the African Humanitarian Agency offices. Presently, no funding has been allocated. So the committee observes that the failure to provide these funds for the construction of the headquarters means that the country loses the opportunity to host this very strategic agency. We therefore recommend that 200 billion be provided in this financial year 2026-2027 to enable the ministry to start construction of the office project to fulfill the commitment made by our government. Under vote 101, which is judiciary, the committee noted a need to fund the timely disposal of cases, both civil and criminal, facilitation of court sessions, daily hearings, and daily court operations in the 269 operational courts, management of election petitions, facilitation of court-summoned witnesses who at least to not less than 60,000 in total, conduct of locus visits at various court levels to facilitate a minimum of at least 55,112 visits, and facilitation for court assessors, at least 3 per judge. To achieve timely disposal of cases, judiciary requires an additional 48.57 billion, and the committee makes a recommendation that these funds be available to enable the mandate be achieved. Right Honourable Speaker, we still grapple with case backlog in this country. The judiciary plans to increase the case disposal rate from 58% financial year 2024-25 to 60.6% financial year 2026-2027. This will reduce the backlog from 24.2% to 22.2% and dispose of 291,544 cases by the end of 2026. Hence, the need for an additional 20.12 billion in case backlog reduction strategies such as special court sessions. The committee, however, noted that a significant number of cases committed to the High Court remained unheard for years, alongside infrequent court appearances and extended intervals between hearings. Additionally, the committee is concerned that the plan towards the reduction of backlog, as projected by judiciary, is not satisfactory because of the minimal percentage. The committee has recommended that the funding requested by the judiciary to tackle the issue of case backlog be deferred temporarily until a comprehensive plan is provided. Implementation of the legal representation at the expense of the state in capital offences in line with the judicial legal representation at the expense of state. The committee noted that Article 28.3 of the Constitution requires that every person who is charged with a criminal offence that carries a sentence of death or imprisonment for life is entitled to legal representation at the expense of the state. Similarly, the Judicature Legal Representation at the expense of the State Rules 2022 has revised the rates upwards for facilitation of advocates on state brief. To be able to fulfill this mandate, the judiciary requires an additional 31.97 billion. The committee recommends that 31.97 billion be provided to the judiciary to facilitate advocates to hold these cases on state brief. Automation of courts to eliminate delays in the management of cases. The committee was informed that the judiciary plans to roll out electronic case management system (ECMIS) to additional 20 court stations, which include, among others, Masaka High Court, Masaka Chief Magistrates Court, Kalangala Chief Magistrates Court, Sembabule Chief Magistrates Court, Kalungu Lukaya Grade 1 Court, Mpiji High Court, Mpiji Chief Magistrates Court, Gomba Chief Magistrates Court, Butambala Chief Magistrates Court, and Insanji Chief Magistrates Court, Masindi High Court, Masindi Chief Magistrates Court, Chiriandongo Chief Magistrates Court, Bulisa Chief Magistrates Court, and Chigumba Chief Magistrates Court, Mubende High Court, Mubende Chief Magistrates Court, Mitiana Chief Magistrates Court, Kasanda Chief Magistrates Court, Chegegwa Chief Magistrates Court. Right now, I'm reading all of them to show the balanced nature throughout the country. The committee recommends that 13.739 billion be provided during the financial year 2026-27 to enable judiciary automate case management business processes to quicken adjudication and also reduce person-to-person interactions, hence mitigating corruption incidents. Budget increase and misalignment. The judiciary's proposed budget for financial year 2026-2027 stands at 633.97 billion, representing a 43.7% increase from the financial year 2025-2026 approved budget of 44.223 billion. The committee noted a 103.5% increase in the travel budget of the judiciary from 43.79 billion to 89.154 billion, with the MPS showing extensive travel inland provisions totaling 77.0 billion and travel abroad to 12.2 billion, representing a 14.1% of its total proposed budget. Notwithstanding this increment in the judiciary budget, the case backlog continues to increase and with the key activities underfunded within the budget. The committee notes that the increased travel budget be retained only to the extent that it directly supports judicial work, especially locus in core visits, estimated at 20.95 billion, out of station court sessions, and pre-bargaining proceedings that facilitate case disposal. The committee observes with concern that pre-trial and trial detention remains a systematic challenge within the judicial system, as evidenced a high portion of inmates on remand, which is 48.4%. This situation points to persistent case backlog, yet this matter is not addressed within the budget provisions. In addition, the committee observes that whereas the judiciary budget has been growing over the years, the same key mandate areas like timely disposal of cases have not attracted substantial funding, hence causing backlog. Therefore, the committee recommends that the judiciary budget be realigned and Uganda shillings 10 billion be removed from the proposed travel budget of judiciary, reducing it to 89.154 billion to 79.154, and the monies be reallocated for case backlog reduction and a progress report be shared forthwith. Under Vote 102, Electoral Commission. Following the presidential directive, the Commission has since January 2023 temporarily relocated its headquarters to the National Housing and Construction Company Limited premises at Plot 1 to 3/5 7th Street Industrial Area on rental basis. The construction of the headquarters at Lubowa, Wachiso, is supposed to be implemented by National Housing and Construction Corporation, which will provide land, design, construct, and furnish the Electoral Commission Center at Lubowa within a period of 18 months. The project is crucial for enhancing the operational efficiency, institutional capacity, cost saving in the long term, and electoral preparedness for the upcoming electoral activities. And failure to provide the 62 billion required in this financial risk stalling the project and undermining the Commission's preparedness for the upcoming critical electoral milestones. It is the recommendation of the committee that the government prioritizes and allocates 62 billion in this financial year to support the construction of the Electoral Commission headquarters at Lubowa. Uganda Registration Services Bureau. The URSB plans to construct an archival center which is essential for preserving historical records. The center is expected to streamline information management, enhance accessibility, promote collaboration, and ensure the long-term preservation of documents. The project requires 12.5 billion. The committee recommends that 12.5 billion be provided to the URSB for construction of the archival center. Honorable colleagues, you remember these have shifted from a rented premises to now their home, which they did in a record time. Establishment and implementation of Directorate of Copyright and Neighboring Rights. The URSB plans to establish and implement a Directorate of Copyright and Neighboring Rights, which aims at protecting intellectual property, fostering creativity, and ensuring compliance with national and international copyrights. The Directorate would serve as a cornerstone for thriving creative economy, promoting fairness, innovation, and sustainable development. URSB requires 2.759 billion to establish and implement the Directorate. Right Honourable Speaker, we have just passed an amendment on the copyright law, and we strongly recommend that this money be provided to open up this facility. Office of the Directorate of Public Prosecutions. Right Honourable Speaker, despite the recent recruitment of 125 state attorneys, for which the department is grateful, the Directorate of Public Prosecution staffing stands at 759 against the approved 1,734, which represents 43% staffing level. There is still a critical need for recruitment of both legal prosecutors and administrative staff to expand the scope of reach of criminal prosecution services. The Office of the DPP requires an additional funding of 10 billion shillings for recruitment of both legal prosecutors and administration. The committee notes that with the improved staffing, state attorneys will reduce on the current workload and improve on perusal of case files. The committee finds this requirement critical and recommends an additional 20 billion instead of 10 billion requested be provided to the Office of the DPP during financial year 2026-27 to facilitate the recruitment of staff to close the prosecutor case ratio and increase the scope of criminal prosecution services across the country. Honorable colleagues, there is need for a prosecutor for every magistrate at the district courts. And here I find one prosecutor serving 3 magistrates. And so you cannot have the proceedings continue unless this prosecutor has moved from this court to another court. Hence the justification for an increase from the requested 10 billion to the 20 billion. Establishment and operationalization of offices in 32 districts. The Office of the DPP is not present in 32 districts and more than 100 outer courts with grade 1 magistrates, and this has affected delivery of prosecution services. In order to establish and operationalize a resident state attorney station, the Office of the DPP requires additional 8 billion shillings to establish a resident state attorney station in each of these districts at a unit cost of 250 million shillings. The committee deems this requirement very important and therefore recommends that Office of the DPP be provided with 80 billion to implement the construction of these stations. Construction of offices and residential premises in hard-to-reach and hard-to-stay areas. As part of strengthening criminal prosecution service delivery, the Office of the DPP has established 148 offices both at regional and district levels. However, officers failed to find decent office and residences for accommodation in some of these areas, and the Office of the DPP requires 20 billion for construction of offices and residential premises to attract officers to serve in the hard-to-reach areas and hard-to-stay areas. The committee makes a recommendation that 20 billion be provided for the development budget of the Office of the DPP during this financial year to construct their own up-country offices and residential premises. Transport equipment. The committee observed that the Office of the DPP requires 18 billion for procurement of 72 vehicles to support movement of officers to and from courts to avoid sharing public transport facilities with the suspects, relatives, and their accomplices while in prosecution of case files and other sensitive documents. And officers who serve hard-to-reach and stay areas of Bukwo, Yumbe, Pakwach, Maracha, Kalangala, Kotido, Koboko, Bwera, among others, including supervision by management. The committee recommends that 18 billion be provided to the Office of the DPP during this financial year to provide transport equipment for those areas. Security. The Office of the DPP also requires security at all its field offices to guard against unauthorized intrusion in the protection of both persons and property. Staff also handle high-profile and sensitive cases and often have been exposed to security personnel threats and their families. This affects the delivery of prosecution services. This requires additional funding worth 8 billion for security at all Office of the Director of Public Prosecution Offices. The committee recommends that this money be provided during this financial year to cater for security and all its field offices. Right Honourable Speaker, vote 103, Inspectorate of Government. Equipment for investigations. To strengthen corruption investigations and prosecution, the Inspectorate of Government requires modern surveillance, secure communication, digital forensics, and field investigation equipment. Priority items include covert surveillance tools, encrypted communication systems, digital forensics and data analytics tools, and portable evidence documentation kits. These will enhance intelligence gathering, improve evidence quality, and increase conviction rates, particularly in complex corruption cases. Ministry of Finance, Planning and Economic Development provided only 600 million shillings against a requirement of 5 billion. This will not be sufficient as the Inspectorate of Government continues to receive requests to investigate these cases urgently. It is estimated that investigating a high-profile case to conclusion costs approximately 20 million, while normal case costs between 3.5 to 5 million. The committee notes that corruption has persisted, and these equipments will help in tackling the corruption problem. The committee recommends that an additional 4.4 billion be provided in the financial year 2026-27 to the Inspectorate of Government to facilitate the acquisition of modern investigation equipment. Vehicles for Inspectorate of Government Office. The Inspectorate of Government relies heavily on vehicles for field investigations and information gathering. Currently, 78% of its fleet is overdue for disposal, including 34 vehicles exceeding 240,000 kilometers and 92 vehicles over 5 years old, while 6 vehicles lost in the 2021 bomb blast remain unreplaced. Maintaining the aging fleet costs approximately 1.5 billion annually, and vehicles assigned to the Inspectorate of Government, Deputy IGG, and regional offices are frequently breaking down. For the last 10 years, no funds have been allocated to the IG for procurement of vehicles. To ensure safe and efficient operations, the Inspectorate of Government requires 4.2 billion to acquire new vehicles for all regional offices and the head office. The committee recommends that an additional 4.2 billion be provided in this financial year to the Inspectorate to provide vehicles. Recruitment of staff and reduction of backlog cases. The Inspectorate of Government currently has 407 staff and approved establishment of 596, which is 68% staffing level. Meanwhile, complaints reported to the Inspectorate of Government have significantly increased from 1,529 in financial year 2021 to 2,942 in financial year 2024-2025, largely due to rising corruption and increased public awareness. without a corresponding increase in investigative staff. This has led to a backlog of over 2,000 cases. To strengthen investigations, support verification of leaders' declarations, and effectively address corruption cases, particularly those related to priority government programs such as the parish development model and the ATMs under the tenfold growth strategy, the Inspectorate of Government requires 15.6 billion to recruit 100 additional technical staff covering both wage and non-wage costs. The committee recommends that 15.6 billion be provided in the financial year 2026-2027 to the Inspectorate of Government to cover both wage and non-wage components. Specialized training for investigations and prosecutions. To enhance effectiveness in handling complex corruption cases, the Inspectorate of Government requires specialized training in investigations, prosecutions, digital forensics, asset tracing, and other technical areas. This capacity building will strengthen staff skills, improve case quality, reduce investigation timelines, and increase conviction rates, particularly for high-profile and technically complex cases. The Inspectorate of Government requires additional 1.52 billion shillings for specialized staffing training. The committee recommends that 1.52 billion be provided in this financial year to facilitate specialized training in investigations. Parliamentary Commission. Article 79 of the Commission gives powers to Parliament to carry out oversight legislation and representation functions. The Parliamentary Commission experiences a budgetary shortfall of 18.77 billion meant for legislative oversight and representation functions. This, if not addressed, will impede timely and responsive oversight, legislation, and representation functions. Only 4% of the total budget of Parliament, which further impedes their effective oversight functions. The committee therefore recommends that an additional amount of 18.77 billion in this financial year be provided to cater for the non-wage recurrent shortfall and 12 billion for the support roles of committees. Medical insurance. Parliamentary Commission requires an additional 5.636 billion to cater for both medical treatment abroad for members of Parliament and the increased medical insurance premium for the members of Parliament under the medical insurance scheme. Members subscribe to various medical insurance service providers. However, the annual premium has increased because of the need to cover members beyond the 70 years of age, as opposed to the current 65 years. The committee recommends that the additional 5.63 billion to enhance the medical insurance for members be provided. Honourable colleagues, in a special way, I want to extend appreciation to the leadership of Parliament and the technical team for effectively discussing it with the executive and having it covered to that tune. Uganda Human Rights Commission. Conducting capacity building to the newly elected local council leaders on human rights-based approach. The newly elected local council leaders play a critical role in planning service delivery, community mobilization, and oversight at grassroots level. However, many of them assume office without adequate knowledge and practical skills in the human rights-based approach, which is essential for inclusive, accountable, and people-centered governance. The requested funds will support a nationwide capacity building program aimed at equipping local council leaders with knowledge, skills, and tools to integrate human rights principles. The Uganda Human Rights Commission requires 1.5 billion for capacity building of the newly elected local council leaders. The committee recommends that 1.5 billion be provided during this financial year to the Uganda Human Rights Commission to facilitate training of newly elected district local council leaders on the human rights-based approach. Upgrading of Moyo Field Office to Regional Office. The Commission intends to upgrade the Moyo Field Office to a regional office in order to enhance delivery of human rights services within the Northwest Nile region. The committee recommends that 500 million shillings be provided to the development budget of the Uganda Human Rights Commission for this financial year to upgrade this field office to a regional office. Law Development Center. completion of construction of all LDC multi-storage building of Uganda shilling 64.7 billion. Due to limitation of physical facilities, especially farms, rooms for training students, the Law Development Center embarked on the construction of a multi-storage building to reduce the ratio of students to classroom space. The center embarked on the construction of a multi-storage building to house 20 farm rooms. Currently, phase 2 has been completed. However, with the current development ceiling, LDC is not able to embark to the next phase 3 due to insufficient funds. Completion of the building has been delayed due to inadequate funding. LDC therefore requires 22.147 billion to resume and sustain project activities, safeguard previous investments, and ensure the timely delivery of the requirements, of the required infrastructure as per the development commitment, approved schedule to support legal education and training in Uganda. The committee recommends that government provides the 22.147 billion during this financial year to enable the Law Development Center resume and sustain project activities as highlighted above. Procurement of transport equipment. The committee was informed that the current fleet age profile indicates that nearly half of the LDC's vehicles have exceeded their optimal operational lifespan and are due for disposal, emphasizing the need for phased replacement strategy to maintain effective service delivery. This situation has significantly constrained the implementation of up-country activities, particularly the transportation of teaching staff from Kampala campus to regional campuses, as well as the facilitation of legal aid services, including the movement of staff to courts, prisons, and remand homes across regional and satellite clinics. This requires 0.8 billion. The committee recommends availability of these funds to enable the LDC procure the vehicles. Acquisition of ICT equipment. LDC plans to acquire networking equipment, servers, enterprise storage equipment, data center power bank solutions, farm room interactive displays, modern computers and printers, biometric solution service commission under Vote 148. The committee observed that current budget structure for Judicial Service Commission is heavily skewed towards general administration and support services, which are largely fixed or semi-fixed costs. They include things like rent, retainers, and so on. While these are necessary for institutional functioning, they do not directly generate justice sector outcomes, such as complaint resolution, disciplinary action, or improved recruitment quality. The Commission noted that whereas the Constitution confers upon a wide mandate, it fully appreciates that the resource envelope cannot support total focus on all the responsibilities envisaged by the Constitution. It is thus guided by this mandate which no other government agency can execute, and thus work with a priority scale which will rank need by importance and urgency to guide focus on the resource allocation. It is reported that it is in its strategic direction that complaints handling, disciplinary control, and recruitment of judicial officers and administrative and other staff of the judiciary be considered key priority areas in next financial year, and thus the fund allocated under capital development should be revised and scaled down to allow for more funds to be allocated to the key priority areas. The committee recommends that the main ministerial policy statement of the Commission be amended and funds be allocated for training, procurement of technology and vehicles, legal education, training barazas, public engagements, radio talk shows towards the restructuring of our legal staff and strengthening, in particular, the departments of complaints handling system, recruitment, research, and law reporting. Case backlog and disciplinary targets. The committee also raised concerns about very high numbers of case backlog files and inquired about the concrete strategies put in place to curb this issue by the Commission. To achieve the targets for disciplinary cases concluded and the percentage backlog disposal rate, the number of investigation trips and disciplinary committee sittings and retreats to handle the disciplinary case backlog must all be increased. In addition, to which the current staff establishments must be increased in order to reduce staff workload under the disciplinary control. The Commission reported 136 case files that are backlogged and 220 registered complaints awaiting consideration. These demand full participation and involvement of quality, and they are also highly capital and human resource intensive, which requires 96 committee sittings and 200 cases investigated on spot. To increase the backlog disposal rate and improve the turnaround time for concluding a registered complaint, the committee therefore recommends that the Commission be given an additional 1.6 billion to effectively dispose of the cases and complaints filed at the Judicial Service Commission. Formalize inter-MDA collaboration frameworks. The Commission reported that several MDAs already operate functional systems and programs that overlap with Judicial Service Commission mandates, such as ICMIS, EDRMS, among others. They noted that developing parallel systems could be fiscally inefficient and contradict government policy on shared services. The committee notes that this allocation would leverage some costs already incurred by other MDAs, achieve economies of scale, and reduce unit costs of service delivery. This also mitigates the risk of underutilized or failed systems, a recurring problem in public sector ICT investments. The committee recommends that the Commission be supported in building such collaborations to enable faster digitization at lower cost, improved data sharing, and case tracking, plus stronger interinstitutional coherence in the justice sector. Right Honourable Speaker, I beg to present and invite the House to consider the MDAs, MPSs. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Chair. Honourable Baka, you have something to add or deduct?
Madam Chair, on page 14, I just have a small correction to make, such that the recommendation speaks to the body of the paragraph. The Judicial Service Commission asked the committee to recommend that their ministerial policy statement be realigned to channel funds to key priority areas, including training, including recruitment and complaints handling. So the recommendation on page 44, at the extreme end of the page, is that the committee recommends that the ministerial policy statement of the Commission be amended, and the funds that are allocated for training, procurement of technology and vehicles, legal education, training, barazas, public engagements, and radio talk shows, and rent be repurposed towards the restructuring of Commission legal staff and strengthening, in particular, the departments of complaints handling, recruitment, research, and law reporting. I beg to move.
Thank you. Professor Isaac.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Let me thank my brother, Honorable Taylor, for that good report. But I want to begin with a general observation that cuts across reports that have been presented so far. I have not had reference to income. And in this context, I mean the seal provided by the Ministry of Finance, the resource envelope. Now, without reference to income, we are likely to end up with wish lists, and the Budget Committee will find it challenging to harmonize wish lists. I'm raising this because sometime back when I was on the Budget Committee, the Committee on Defense and Internal Affairs and the Committee of Education, their reports and what they needed to be done could consume the entire budget of the Republic of Uganda. Just two committees. So without referring to the income, the resource envelope we have, the recommendations will be wish lists. That's my observation. But let me make support of two areas. Hopefully they will not fall in the context of a wish list. Madam Speaker, in most cases, foreign policy is a reflection of domestic policies and how they are implemented. Uganda was able to win the bid to have a Secretariat of African Humanitarian Agency because of the way we have been handling refugees and internal disputes. This is an important area that can improve our rating globally. So I would strongly support the recommendation of the committee that let's have this Secretariat instruct Honorable Oriem to support very strongly. My second and last observation and support, the area of Electoral Commission. Those of you who have visited the Electoral Commission, the first inconvenience you get is parking. Parking. You have nowhere to park the vehicle. You go inside, the room that provides photocopies is too small for a national and independent Electoral Commission. So we need really urgently to have a better housing, spacious place that can house the Electoral Commission, so that when we go there, we can have we can be served very well. Thank you, Honorable Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Professor. Professor, you're moving faster than the whole House. When you talk about the income, we don't discuss income sector by sector. We have a resource envelope, and that will be under Rule 157 and Rule 159, where we'll have one resource envelope that we are going to be distributing from one sector to the other sector. Isaac.
Thank you. Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker, and I thank the Chair for a good presentation. Madam Speaker, most of the money we seem to allocate to these areas ends up in development in terms of administrative costs. So we find that the money going there is actually being used on administrative costs and very little going on developmental purposes. And that is why we are finding that most of these judiciary offices, the courts, are just depleted across the country, or even non-existent in most cases. And as a result, we are getting a lot of delays. And underfunding of most of our areas within the judiciary is causing a lot of backlog in cases. And this is very, very alarming for our country. You find that even there is no money, a case is simply delayed simply because there is no money to go and transport the witnesses to come and give their testimonies in court. And as a result, we have people behind bars for over 2 years because of simple issues of logistics on this matter. And for that matter, we find that for many citizens, Madam Speaker, especially the poor, you find that access to justice is limited or delayed, and this is what ends up reducing trust in our judiciary. So I do welcome the little that we are putting in for development purposes. I do hope that it can be increased as we move on through the next financial years. Thank you.
Thank you, Andrew. Andrew.
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker. I want to join my colleagues in thanking the chair of the committee. Right Honourable Speaker, over a decade ago, the government came up with a strategy for rationalizing ICT services, in which they are putting together things like licensing, the internet, and then the data center services, where they're bringing things together so that they could save some money. Now, the committee has requested for 4 billion, and they want to set up data centers. I want to know how they're liaising with the likes of get the money so to reduce the ratio. But thank you very much.
Thank you. You have something to say? Okay.
Right Honourable, thank you for the opportunity. I want to thank the committee for a very good report. Right Honourable Speaker, the committee recommended government to find 60 billion shillings for the headquarters of Electoral Commission. Madam Speaker, we are now in a democracy that is not about to go away, and therefore we need the Electoral Commission to be stable. The whole country, the Commission has only one regional headquarters, that is in West Nile. And they have been looking for money to spend on renting offices in every district. So it will be important we prioritize Electoral Commission these 60 billion shillings so that they construct a befitting headquarters. But eventually, I want to appeal to this House to continue to give Electoral Commission money so that they can construct regional offices. You have been consuming those services. You go there as a honorable member of parliament, but you're going to squeeze the place where many other people are coming. So I want to appeal to this House to continue to support the Commission so that they can have a befitting facility, first of all at national level, but eventually at the regional level. Eventually, we'll be glad to see a regional office in Elira, a regional office in Karamoja, a regional office in Mbale, a regional office in Tororo, in Soroti, in Masaka, Fort Porto, Hoima, and so on. Because the democracy we have here is not about to go away. As you all know, NRM has come to stay, and many other political parties are going to be there. So we need a stable and a facility that is befitting. I thank you very much.
Honorable Banda, then Honorable Sewungu, and Semuju. Semuju, then Sewungu.
Thank you so much, the Honorable Speaker, for the opportunity. The Honorable Speaker, I want to add my voice in thanking the Chair and the committee for the good report. And I have two issues, Right Honorable. One is to support the recruitment of staff, especially St. Anthony's, because these prosecutors, Right Honorable, you find that like in Toroko, we don't have any State Anthony. You have to travel to Bundbujo, and when you go to Bundbujo and ask, they tell you that we don't have staff, so you must come to Bundbujo. That's one issue. Another issue is about the offices. I thank the committee. They have recommended the 8 billion for new stations, especially resident State Anthony's. The Right Honorable Speaker, it's so disturbing that we have elderly, we have poor people who have to travel, because here they are saying there are 32 districts that lack stations, and Intoroko is one of them, because people have to travel to Bundbujo and get these services, and those who cannot travel to Bundbujo with transport costs don't get services. So I really recommend or add my voice on the recommendation of the committee, that 20 billion for recruitment and 8 billion for the new stations, including in Toroko. I want to thank you, Right Honorable.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I am concerned with the independence of the judiciary. These days I have been going to court because of the case of Dr. Kizza Besigye. Sometimes you wonder whether you are in a military court or in the normal judiciary. They no longer grant bail. Sometimes they act as if they are part of the DPP. And that's how people who fought for freedom, people who sacrificed their lives like Dr. Besigye, that all of you are enjoying here, has been in prison for now a year and a half. As we recommend for more funding, there must be a value to the public. And it's not only Dr. Besigye who is in prison. The other day you had Kenyans arrested. The judiciary issued an order. Later on, the president said they were in a fridge. We have Sam Mugumya. He was a candidate in my party. He was kidnapped from Mbarara. Up to today, we don't know where he is. And there are hundreds of other young people arrested during elections. They go to the judiciary over small matters. I have been arrested many times, but I have never been denied bail. This time, almost everything, whether it's public nuisance. You know, one time they charged him with the public nuisance. They are not releasing. So the judiciary seems to have been captured by the executive. And I don't know whether the Honorable Kafuz is here as a leader of government business or is trying to find out in which capacity. But it should concern you. It should concern you, the erosion of the independence of the judiciary and the attempt to repress the judiciary with the military. Because the moment you lose the judiciary, you are in trouble. Disputes are now being arbitrated by politicians. So as we ask for the backlog, the quality of the judgments, the denial of rights by the judiciary, it appears to me, and the Committee on Legal and Parliamentary Affairs should be concerned, because you will never know when you're going to be there, and it doesn't matter whether you're NRM or not. Recently, you remember 3 NRM MPs arrested, and they were treated the way we are being treated. I saw the Honorable Akamba being beaten like a chicken thief. So when you're talking about the independence of the judiciary, we're talking about your own right, and it doesn't matter your affiliation. So it should concern every member of parliament. As we ask for more money for the judiciary, Madam Speaker, the judiciary needs to be more accountable. They need to stop being partisan. I have seen Dr. Wesley appearing before a judge, and it's as if he has committed a crime against that particular judge. The anger. So these cadre judges that you, Kafuz, and others are appointing, one day you will appear before them. We have a colleague.
Honorable Ibrahim,
Yes.
Kafuz does not appoint any judge. It is the Judicial Service Commission that appoints, that interviews and recommends judges. Honorable Kafusi does not have a hand in any judge.
Madam Speaker,
an action of any judge should not be put on anybody. It shouldn't.
Madam Speaker, I am choosing my words advisedly. I attended the funeral of a former member of parliament, Patrick Chigondo. His wife, who is a judge, Justice Jane, thanked the president for appointing her to help her pay school fees for Chigondo's children, publicly. So what you are saying is what is provided for in the law.
Is he President Museveni?
Madam Speaker,
The
because
only person with the appointing authority in this country is President Museveni.
Madam Speaker, because you are a speaker, I am fearing to engage you. So that's why I am using Kafuz.
Let's discuss the ministerial statements.
Madam Speaker, therefore,
Ibrahim.
Yes. Can I conclude?
Yes, Ibrahim.
The committee should not be concerned only with the quantitative performance of the judiciary. Because if you look at the functions of members of parliament, if you read the articles of the constitution that establish this parliament, one of them, apart from making laws, is that we must protect the constitution. That's what the constitution says. So we have a duty beyond just a registration here. We have a duty to protect the constitution. So if the rights that are enshrined in the constitution, I was shocked. Dr. Kizabesji had spent the mandatory days for him to qualify for bail. And then I'm not going to use Ruakafuz, Madam Speaker. But the handlers changed it, and the judge said he is not aware that Besji was before the court martial. Therefore, his counting of the days started. So really, this engineering, judicial engineering, is causing us trouble. So everything else will become irrelevant, whether it is the electoral commission, whether it is what. So since we have a duty to protect the constitution, the committee should be concerned with the quality of judgment, not just the quantity to clear the backlog.
I think we have very good judges. We have very good judges. And the president should be credited for having very good judges.
Okay, thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I want to thank the chair and the committee for this report. But my interest is on page 36, where we look at the resident state attorneys. Through Madam Speaker to the Minister, whether you like it or not, the money you are spending on feeding prisoners now, who could be given bail through having resident state attorneys in the grade 1 magistrate courts, would be less than what you need here. You are spending over 8 billion having people who can be bailed out, but because of not having resident state attorneys, like district like Kalungu, we have a resident state attorney is taking Masaka, the ones handling Bukoma and Simbi.
I think that point has been taken.
Yeah, but I was giving just the issue of the money they require so that they give it adequate attention. Then, Madam Speaker, LLDC, the performance is good and we are giving them money, but you need a lot of checks on them. As we talk now, Madam Speaker, you are likely to get a petition from the students there. They recruited over 3,000 students and over 1,500 students are being discontinued, and they are complaining. How does this happen? That's an abnormal curve in education. That you are discontinuing 1,500 students who have failed maybe some papers, checks and balances. Take a lot of interest in that area. Then, Madam Speaker, as I conclude, you talked about the chief magistrate areas that are going to be funded. This instrument was passed. This is a Kalungu, meaning that all the cases from Kalungu being handled in Masaka, they are under wrong jurisdiction. They are under wrong jurisdiction.
After the amendment of the law.
Amendment of the law. If you created the chief magistrate area for Kalungu, then why are we still having matters going to Masaka? And as a result, you are having case backlog because you have refused to create that chief magistrate area in those districts that you created. Kindly give it attention. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Honourable members, one, it is a fact that we need headquarters for EC. We need that office to be built. For the first time I saw a very organized place. I thought it had buildings. Kumbe it only had tents. That is the Electoral Commission. So we need to support EC and have that place constructed. And I was reading a message from Honorable Enos. First time I saw a very organized place. I thought that it supports the increment of money for medical for Parliament. That is one of the beneficiaries. So we need to support that money and have that place constructed. Learn to appreciate where it is. I was reading a message from Honorable Enos. It is out of that money for medical that is supports the increment of money for medical for Parliament. Go for that is one of the beneficiaries. So we need to support in some cases, even when we see that it is an emergency. Learn to appreciate where it is. Because I was reading a message from Honorable Enos. It is out of that money for medical that is supports the increment of referral. Money for medical for selling our medical board. So we need to support in some cases, even when we see that it is an emergency. Learn to appreciate where it is. Because reading a message from Honorable Enos. It is out of that money for medical board that is supports the increment of referral. We end up selling our medical board. So we need to support in some cases that even when we see that it is a medical board. Learn to appreciate where it is. All of us here. It is for all of us. And we want to thank the President for giving us the money anyway. Yes, Chairman.
And also increasing the age from 65 to 70, right, Honorable?
Yes. Honourable members, pursuant to Rule 156.2, I am referring the report to the Committee for Consolidation, Harmonization, and Reconciliation to the Budget Committee.
To 70, right, Honorable?
Yes. You have some honourable members, pursuant to Rule 156.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker.
I am referring
just
the
wanted to
report to
amplify
the
one
Committee
issue
for Consolidation, Harmonization,
that was presented in the
and
committee report.
reconciliation.
One, I want to thank the
Budget
committee.
Committee.
There's one nagging
Yes.
issue that has been disturbing us.
You have some honourable members pursuant
Honourable
to
Speaker,
Rule
the Bishop officer
156.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker.
I am referring
just
the
wanted to
report to
amplify
the
one
Committee
issue.
for
Residents,
Consolidation,
state attorneys
Harmonization,
under the
yes,
office of the DPP
and
do not pay tax. One, I want to thank the
Budget
committee.
Committee.
But there's one
Yes.
attorney issue that has been disturbing under the Attorney
You have
General's
some honourable members
they pay tax.
pursuant
Honourable
to
Speaker, and the
Rule
three, sorry, the two officers do not pay tax.
156.
Those under the
Thank you
DPP and
I am
under,
referring
I just
the
wanted to
report to
amplify
the
one
Committee
appear
for
residents,
Consolidation,
state attorneys
Harmonization,
under
yes,
the office of the DPP
and
do not pay tax. One, I want to
reconciliation.
thank the committee. It's comforting, but there's one attorney issue that has been I am glad that
You have some honourable members
the report.
pursuant
Honourable
to
Speaker, and the three, sorry, the two officers are not paid.
156.
Those under the
Thank you.
DPP and
I am
under
referring
judges
the
and attorney
report
general
to the
appear
Committee
president,
for
but our
Consolidation,
state attorneys
Harmonization,
under the
yes,
office of the DPP
and
do not
also
pay tax.
Parliament.
One, I want to be it's comforting, but there's one attorney issue that has been I am glad that
You have some honourable members
the report.
pursuant
Honourable
to
Speaker, and the three, sorry, the two
Rule
officers are not paid.
156.
Those under the DPP and
I am
under
referring
judges
the
and attorney
report
general
to the
appear
Committee for
president, but our
Consolidation,
state attorneys under the state attorneys being
and
not
also
here
Parliament.
for one, I want to be it's comforting, but there's one attorney issue that has been I am glad that
You have some
the
honourable members
if we
just for
put it on
harmonization.
and the those under the DPP and under judges and attorney general appear president, but our state attorneys under the state attorneys being not here for one, I want to be it's
You know how
but
they got it.
there's one attorney issue
You
that
know how they
I am
got
glad
it.
that
Honourable members
if we
just
put
for
it on
harmonization.
and the those under the DPP and under judges and attorney general appear president, but our state attorneys under the state attorneys being not here for one, I want to be
You know how
but
they got it.
there's one attorney
You know how
I
they
am
got it.
glad that
Honourable members
if we
just
put
for
it on
harmonization.
and the those under the DPP and under judges and attorney general appear president, but our state attorneys under the state attorneys being not here for one, I want to be
You know how
but
they
there's
got it.
one attorney
You know how they
I am
got it.
glad that
Honourable members
if we
just
put
for
it on
harmonization.
and the those under the DPP and under judges and attorney general appear president, but our state attorneys under the state attorneys being not here for one, I want to be
You know how
but
they
there's
got it.
one attorney
You know how they
I am
got it.
glad that
Honourable members
if we
just
put
for
it on
harmonization.
and the those under the DPP and under judges and attorney general appear president, but our state attorneys under the state attorneys being not here for one, I want to be
You know how
but
they
there's
got it.
one attorney I am glad that if we put it on and the those under the DPP and under judges and attorney general appear president, but our state attorneys under the state attorneys being not here for one, I want to be
You know how
but
they
there's
got
one
it.
attorney I am glad that if we put it on and the those under the DPP and under judges and attorney general appear president, but our state attorneys under the state attorneys being not here for one, I want to be but there's one attorney I am glad that if we put it on and the those under the DPP and under judges and attorney general president, but our state attorneys under the state attorneys being not here for one, I want to be but there's one attorney I am glad that if we put it on and the those under the DPP and under
Report of the Committee on Environment Review Finance Interest Rule 1 Round 9 for financial year 2007 by covering report of the Committee on Environment Review Finance Interest Rule 1 Round 9 for financial year 2007 by covering together with report of the Committee on Environment Board of View Finance Interest Rule 1 Round 9 Committee on Financial by covering together funding Analysis of vote 017. Right Honorable Speaker, vote 017, Minister of Energy and Mineral Development, contributes to sustainable energy development program and the sustainable extractives industry development program of the NDP4, with policy priorities covering electricity generation, transmission, distribution, clean cooking, petroleum infrastructure, minerals development, geothermal development, and strategic industrial energy investments. Right Honorable Speaker, the committee notes from the updated submissions of the budget estimates that the total budget allocation for vote 017 rises from 1.844 billion in the financial year 25-26 to 2.282 trillion in financial year 26-27, representing an increase of 438.11 billion. The committee further notes Table 2 thereby gives you colleagues an outlay of how these resources have been allocated. The committee further notes that the ministry's functional allocation reflects a major emphasis on transmission, distribution, petroleum and administration-related land acquisition and institutional costs, alongside continued support to generation, minerals, and clean cooking. Colleagues, Table 4 gives us an allocation of resources by major functional areas. Right Honorable Speaker, the committee notes that the ministry has identified substantial project outlay for financial year 26 and 26-27, and the medium term, and many of these projects are location specific and visible. Colleagues, the major planned projects under vote 017 represent the following, which I believe is a point of critical concern to most of us here. There is a project of Mutundwe, Bulowa, Kabulasoke, Masaka, and Kabulasoke, Nkonge, Rugonjo, Nkenda, 132 kV rehabilitation. It is aimed at upgrading of the aged 132 kV wooden pole lines to higher capacity steel pole lines, because most of these lines are now breaking down. The locations that will be covered are provided for under the third column, and they include Wakiso, Gomba, Butambala, Bukomansimbi, Sembabule, Masaka, Luengo, Chotera, Rakai, Kalungu, Chiboga, Chankwazi, Mubende, Chenjojo, Chibale, Kagadi, Hoima, and Kasese. Right Honorable Speaker, I beg that most of the colleagues, when we appear before them and in the budget committee, usually ask this specific committee to report on where power projects, water projects, and mineral beneficiation projects are going to be located. It is the reason why the committee labored this time to report in this format, so that people here know that if government is placing money, we are placing it for this specific project. I beg to request, Madam Speaker, that we be given time to.
Honorable, has anybody stopped you?
Madam Speaker, I had been turned off by the microphone, and Right Honorable, because I am a disciplined person, I request for time.
Do you not imagine that my work is standing off?
That is why I requested the Speaker, who is the custodian of this House.
Please.
Thank you.
Let's move on.
Right Honorable Speaker, on the project on Industrial Parks Electrification Phase 2, the intended project is to construct substations and power lines to supply power to industrial parks. And this will include the Sukulu Hills in Tororo, Mbale Industrial Park, Kapeka Park in Nakaseke, the Woblenzi Park in Luero, and Nakasongola area, the Kaweweta Defense Industrial Park, amongst others. Under the Kampala Metropolitan Transmission System Improvement Project, we intend to have an upgrading of the Kawala, Mutundwe, Mukono, and Buloba related infrastructure. Right Honorable Speaker, the planned areas of benefit is Kampala, Wakiso, and Mukono environs. Right Honorable Speaker, there is the Oreo mini hydro project and rural electrification project. The ministry intends to undertake construction of the mini hydro infrastructure, 288-kilometer distribution network, and 71,081 last mile connections, particularly intended for areas in Hoima, Nchwera, Igasa, and Nsonja. Forgive my pronunciation due to geographical challenges. The Kiba hydropower project, the ministry is undertaking a feasibility study, the environmental sustainability impact assessment, and access works and stakeholder engagement for this mini project, which is intended to be constructed in Nwoya and Kriandongo districts. The Oriang hydropower project, still the same, and it's intended to be located in Nwoya and Oyam districts. The Ayago hydropower project, preparatory studies are to be undertaken, as well as stakeholder management activities. The same is the Nwoya and Kriandongo area. The Buyende nuclear power plant, the site evaluation is going to be undertaken, meteorological tower installation, the seismic and groundwater monitoring, and the RAP finalization. This project will be located in Buyanja sub-county in Buyende district. Right Honorable Speaker, the geothermal development. There is an intention to undertake deep exploration and drilling, and as well as undertake surface studies. This project will be in Chibiro in Hoima, in Paimur in Pakwach, in Okidi in Amuru, and Karungu in Rwanda, and Ihimbo in Rukunjiri, as well as Kawuga in Kasese. The electricity access scale-up project. This project intends to ensure connection of 1,073,500 new connections of people into the electricity grid. The distribution is as follows. Central region, 497,106. Eastern region, 216,616. Northern, 140,337. And Western Uganda, 219,441 new connections, all amounting to the 1,073,000 new connections. Under the mineral exploration and beneficiation projects, exploration and support to the mineral value chains. This is to improve the value of the minerals that are being obtained by the various artisanal as well as developed miners. This is planned for in Sembabule, Bweju, Iganga, Luero, Chenjojo, Ntungamo, Kazo, Chiboga, Kasanda, Mubende, Nakasongola, Mitiana, and Nakaseke districts. The Kilembe redevelopment and mineral value addition. The government intends to support mining, processing, and mineral value addition under the Kilembe project. And this will be located in Kilembe, which is in Kasese. There will also be Busia, Mbarara, Iganga, Jinja, Tororo, Rubanda, Kampala, and other mineral processing points in the country. Observations on vote 017. The committee welcomes...
Honorable Ariko Herbert, some interruption. I have my guests who may wish to leave. I want in the public gallery to introduce the teachers and pupils from Madith Junior School, that is Nakawa Division, Kampala. You're most welcome. Thank you so much for coming. They are here to observe the proceedings. Those are the future leaders of this country. And then we have in the public gallery, we still have students and teachers of Dalton Secondary School from Bale County, Kayonga District. They are represented by Honorable Tebandeke, Charles, and Honorable Nantava. You're most welcome. Whereas the ones of Nakawa are represented by the mayor, Honorable Balimwezo, and Honorable Ethel Naluima. Thank you so much. You're most welcome. Join me in welcoming them. Honorable Herbert.
Right Honorable Speaker, honorable colleagues, the committee welcomes the modest increase in the funding for Vote 017, especially in domestic development and non-wage allocations, because the energy sector remains one of the clearest enablers of industrialization and constituency-level economic activity. However, the committee is concerned that the ministry still carries major unfunded obligations, including 300 billion required to settle and complete the inherited Rural Electrification Agency projects. 22 billion for land acquisition along the electricity access scale-up project corridor, 50 billion for the liquefied petroleum gas regional storage infrastructure, 177 billion for Buyende nuclear RAPs, and further gaps in geothermal drilling and Kiba feasibility works, as well as mineral market establishment. The committee also expresses grave concern over the protracted delay in compensating and relocating the project-affected persons associated with the Karuma hydropower project. It is over 10 years after the construction commenced. The affected land is located in Karuma and Awo villages, that is in Mutunda sub-county in Kiriandongo, and the Akurida and Nora villages in Kamdini. This impacts on a total of 414 households, while the government owes the PAPs approximately 70 billion. The budget for financial year 26-27 has allocated only 10 billion, leaving the majority unaddressed, and these vulnerable communities remain unattended to. Right Honorable Speaker, there is need for the government to be more intentional and increase the money to settle these PAPs, especially in light of the report that this committee presented before this House in Gulu, where government undertook that by October of 2024, money would have been found to settle the PAPs in Karuma. Right Honorable Speaker, the unfunded projects are provided for under that table, which table 6. I will go straight to vote 139, the Petroleum Authority of Uganda. Right Honorable Speaker, PAU remains central to Uganda's transition into production phase of the petroleum sector, particularly with respect to the independent measurement, regulation, local content monitoring, production oversight, and economic monitoring, as well as environmental coordination. The allocation reviewed by the committee places the vote 139 at 106.87 billion for the next financial year. Right Honorable Speaker, I will invite colleagues to look at the subsequent tables regarding PAU. I want to request that I go straight and look at the committee comment. The committee notes that additional funding of 28.24 billion was provided for to support the establishment of the real-time monitoring center. And this significantly strengthens our preparedness for the production phase of the oil, which is expected to commence on the 31st July this year. Under the national content and employment, the committee further notes that PAU reports 2,626 companies on the national supplier database, of which 2,257 are Ugandan and 369 are non-Ugandan, and that over 360 Tier 1 contracts have been awarded to Ugandan companies in reserved and ring-fenced categories. As of December 2025, the sector employed 21,072 personnel, of whom 18,137 are Ugandan nationals and 6,631 are from host communities in particular. The committee notes that PAU currently has 222 staff against an approved structure of 278, and it still has 51 positions without wage funding, with a further unfunded recruitment requirement of 11.09 billion. Honorable colleagues, if we are to go into the production phase of the oil, it is important that our authority, which is responsible of superintending this for us, is strengthened so that it is able to be up to speed. Honorable colleagues, I would like to invite you to go to the section on water and environment. That is vote 019. Right, Honorable Speaker, vote 019 remains the most politically exposed vote under the committee's jurisdiction because the citizens encounter the state most directly through access to clean water, functionality of boreholes, performance of piped schemes, sanitation in institutions, irrigation investments, climate information, and visible action against environmental degradation. The committee notes that the total budget allocation for vote 019 in 26-27 is 1.8 trillion compared to 1.5 trillion in 2025-26, representing an increase of 318 billion. The ministry further reports that its strategic requirement for financial year 26-27 is 2.185 trillion, leaving a funding gap of 361.9 billion. Honorable colleagues, I invite you to look at table 9 by yourselves. Table 10 as well is additional allocation of resources after the first one. Projects under vote 019. I think this may be interesting for colleagues for us to go through. The committee commends the ministry for providing a more detailed implementation geography for financial year 26-27, as always requested by colleagues. This has enabled the committee to identify where government intends to undertake actual works and where oversight should be concentrated. Table 11 provides us with projects that are intended to be undertaken in northern region. The Ola piped water scheme to 100% completion. This will serve Terego, Yumbe, Madiokolo, and Nebi district areas. The refugee settlement and rural growth centers water supply and sanitation project, which is intended for Laropi and Lerofi in Moyo, Akoro and Pangila and Padibe West in Lamo. The institutional water supply and sanitation project. This one intended to supply the Arocha prison in Apache and the Icheme Health Center and surrounding areas in Oyam. The rural growth center schemes in Ewanga in Madiokolo, Edrayo in Terego, Rodo and Nyori in Yumbe. The gravity and piped water schemes are intended for Ambe in Zombo, Ogili, water supply and sanitation scheme in Agago, as well as Pader. The solar-powered schemes for Achukudu solar scheme in Napak. Colleagues, I am sure that the Honorable Faith Nakut is now going to give me a bit. Table 12, in Eastern Region, there are rural growth center piped water projects that are intended for in Bulange Namutumba, Nango in Mayuge, Bubugo, Itanda in Jinja, and Kaguma in Kamuli. Additional rural growth center schemes, one intended for Oyama in Kabermaido, the institutional water supply and sanitation schemes in Ivukula prisons and surrounding areas in Namutumba. The public sanitation facilities are intended for in Mulatsi SS in Mbale and Lubani SS in Jinja. The urban and small town water system schemes under the Water and Sanitation Development Facility East. in Manafa, Bulangira, Bukumi, Kaproron, Kadungulu, Iolwa, Mukura, Atutur, and Mbale Industrial Park. Central Region. The ministry intends to undertake piped water schemes in Nankondo in Sembabule, Mone in Nakasongola, and Bulera in Mitiana. The institutional water and sanitation schemes, Masaka Army Barracks. The solar-powered water schemes in Chegegwa, Rakai, Namayingo, and Buvuma districts. And then the other additional schemes and extensions are intended for Ngoma, Nyansenke, Busale, Lunya, Kapeka Industrial Park Extension, and Chikube. In western and southwestern regions, the major towns and cluster water systems. In Nyakashaka and Rubaya in Bueju and Mbarara, Mabira, Bukiro, and Nyabisirira, that one, Ntungamo Industrial Park, among others. The integrated water management and development schemes, Kaliro Namlangwe and Chegegwa Mpara Ruyonza Kabagore. This is the land dugs area. Isinjiro water and sanitation scheme, that is for Isinjiro district. Institutional water schemes in Butanda Secondary School in Kawale, Rugazi Health Center 4 in Rubirizi, Isecha School of the Handicapped in Shema. The rural growth schemes, Champangara and Nyamushojwa in Kazo, Kasava in Chenjojo, Rentuha in Chegegwa, and Buanda in Mubende. The solar-powered scheme, Bikone and Isule Katebe, that one. In Kasese, Kagunga, Iremera 1, Iremera 2 in Chisoro, and Rubanda Extension Scheme. The gravity piped water schemes are intended for Mbunga in Chakazinga and Bukhengma in Kasese, Mpunga in Kanungu. The climate smart wash clusters for Ruere in Katerere, Bugarama, Karweru, and Kagarama, Bushura, Chibusije in Rwanda, Kawale, and Chisoro areas. Karamoja region schemes. Under the institutional water schemes, Nadunget SS in Moroto, Amita prisons in Abim. Public sanitation facilities, there shall be 2 institutions in Karenga and 1 in Ngora. Additional water schemes in Kalapata, Lorengedwat, Tokora, Kathile, listed under the broader solar and service expansion. The committee notes that the ministry's water for production portfolio is particularly important in the drought-prone and livestock-dependent areas for expanding irrigation agriculture. Colleagues, we have selected water for production projects, which you will all see. I want to now allow you to see them by yourselves. Under table 16, in Isinjiro, Kanungu, and then those in Karamoja. And then another area that will be covered is Agule in Kalaki, Soroti district, Bulansambu in Mbale, Biduku in Akaseke, Chiriandongo, Masaka, Oyam, Gulu, Nwoya, among others. There will be solar-powered irrigation water systems also sited in the numerous areas across central, eastern, northern, Karamoja, and southwestern regions. Colleagues, the other aspects are those that I believe we will go through. I just would like to invite you to the aspect of the unfunded priority under vote 1019. Right Honorable Speaker, the committee notes that under the project 24, under this 7.6 colleagues, 2441, 100% service coverage acceleration project, SCAP 100, umbrellas phase 2. The Ministry of Water and Environment has identified critical financing gaps for targeted investments in water pipeline extensions, power extensions to pump stations, off-grid solar installations, and pump stations and drilling of production wells in small towns, rural growth centers, and the 6 umbrella and water and sanitation projects countrywide. Colleagues, in totality, SCAP 100 project was in response to His Excellency the President's promise that every village in Uganda should have at least one clean water source. So SCAP 100 was intended to ensure that water sources are placed in districts and in administrative units such as sub-counties so as to distribute using piped water systems. So SCAP 100 is crucial because it responds to the government's undertaking to the citizens. Here, the committee identified a funding gap of 35.85 billion for financial year 26-27, which would support the undertaking of rehabilitation of water supply and sanitation schemes, and as well as extend 5,000 kilometers of pipeline of water to provide for 5,000 new water connections in the various communities of the country. The committee further notes an unfunded requirement under the water and sanitation development facilities that are responsible in the design, construction, and setting up of infrastructure for rural water supply. Colleagues, the unfunded priorities under vote 019 are provided for under table 18. Right Honorable Speaker, permit me conclude with National Water and Sewage Corporation. Right Honorable Speaker, honorable colleagues, National Water and Sewage Corporation remains central to urban water service delivery and to several other sectors, most visible investments in towns and municipalities. The committee notes that National Water and Sewage Corporation medium-term financial and investment plan covers 5 projects currently supported by government and development partners, namely SCAP 100 Kampala, Water Lake Victoria and Sanitation Project, the Southwestern Cluster, the Integrated Water Management and Development Project, and the Wakiso Wastewater Sanitation Project. The National Water and Sewage Corporation funding gap in the financial year 26-27 is provided for under Table 19. In particular, you note that there is a funding gap of 62 billion for SCAP 100, 45 in the 7 towns water project between Karuma and Gulu. As you might know, a multi-million 30 million cubic water supply project was set up at Karuma to supply Oyam, Gulu, and the neighboring districts of northern Uganda. Therefore, this money is necessitated for the distribution of this water. There is need to undertake urgent but critical water projects in Nakauka, in Kakumiro, and in Bukedea, which remains one of the only districts in Teso currently not covered sufficiently by National Water and Sewage Corporation. This provides us with a requirement of about 50 billion to be specific. Right Honorable Speaker, the committee remains deeply concerned about the continued accumulation of government water arrears owed to National Water because this undermines the corporation's cash flow, weakens its creditworthiness, and constrains its capacity to sustain service delivery and finance new infrastructure investments. The updated arrears information submitted to the committee shows that as at the end of March 2026, the outstanding arrears stood at approximately 75.37 billion. The committee notes that the significant portion of the verified water arrears owed by the MDAs to National Water was accumulated over 2 financial years and amounted to 81.42 billion as at February 2025. Madam Speaker, you might note that with your leadership and with the work of this Parliament, government provided for money to clear the outstanding arrears that was owed to national water by the MDAs. I wish to note here, Right Honourable Speaker, that Ministry of Defence and Veteran Affairs, in particular, and Uganda Police Force,
Hajat is around.
Madam Speaker, have not been able to remit money that was voted and released to them to address this problem.
It actually came in a supplementary. It was ring-fenced. It was sent to these ministries. And instead of these ministries sending the money to national water, they diverted the money, which is unethical.
I thank you, Right Honourable Speaker, that you have provided a rider to one of the most critical concerns of the committee. In fact, Right Honourable Speaker, this tantamounts to a mischarge because the money was specific for that purpose.
Honourable
Speaker, I wish to conclude.
On Tuesday, you give us a report on that mischarge, whether it was approved by PSST and what could have happened. You give us a report on that, and then internal affairs too. We need to know.
Right Honourable Speaker, most obliged. Will come with the report.
Thank you. Can you summarize?
Yeah, Right Honourable Speaker, I just wish to summarize. The arrears as of to date stands as follows. Ministry of Defence and Veteran Affairs, 40.3 billion. Uganda Police Force, 9.7 billion. Uganda Prisons, 5.7 billion. Jinja Hospital, 43 billion. Mulago Hospital, 4.3 billion. Chambogo University, 3.4 billion. Gulu Hospital, 1.3 billion. Nebi Hospital, 963 million. Soroti Hospital, 819 million. And Entebbe Hospital, 530. Right Honourable Speaker, I wish therefore to conclude by raising the observations and recommendations. Under 017, the committee recommends that 1, government provides an additional 300 billion for financial year 26-27 to clear priority inherited rural electrification obligations and restore visible implementation under the last mile service delivery. The government should reconsider the decision to restructure Rural Electrification Agency and reinstate a Rural Electrification Agency or any other institution that is dedicated to providing rural electrification in a non-traditional ministry format, especially in light of the low progress since the rationalization of the previous institution. Right Honourable Speaker, that we should strengthen the anti-vandalism enforcement and accelerate reform in scrap market regulation and so as to protect critical infrastructure. Government allocates 10 billion to establish a formal mineral markets and buying center. That the government prioritizes the full compensation and relocation of the 414 affected households in Karuma and our villages by allocating the outstanding 60 billion. 2, that the ministry submits to Parliament a district-by-district implementation matrix of electricity transmission, distribution, and industrial parks electrification projects, showing the financing, the contractor status, the completion timelines, and the expected beneficiaries. This is because for many a time, colleagues are asking the Ministry of Energy about electrification projects without clear responses. That the Ministry prioritizes delivery in named localities already committed its prioritize delivery in named localities, especially those mentioned in its policy submissions, like the industrial parks, the transmission corridors, where economic and political expectations are high. Recommendations under POW. The committee recommends that sustained financing for the real-time monitoring center, the primary data center, and the disaster recovery infrastructure, cross-border monitoring, and remaining staff gaps are provided for before Uganda enters into full petroleum production. That POW, through the minister responsible for petroleum, should make quarterly reports to Parliament on fast oil readiness, production monitoring capability, national content performance, employment outcomes, and coordination with the Uganda Revenue Authority, the Auditor General, Uganda National Oil Company, and the Uganda National Environment Authority. That additional budget consideration should be given to unfunded recruitment and technical monitoring tools required for production of the fast oil. Recommendation under Vote 019. The government should increase predictable domestic financing for operation, maintenance of rural water facilities, small pipe schemes, and rehabilitation of non-functional systems. Colleagues, this will help to remove the burden of repair of boreholes, spring wells, and small water schemes from members of Parliament. That counterpart funding for strategic towns and other schemes for water production should be protected from disruption during the financial year. Additional resources should be mobilized to narrow the 361 billion financing gap, which threatens universal safe water, climate resilience, and ecosystem targets. Recommendations under national water. The government prioritizes the additional shillings 86 billion required under the Government of Uganda component of National Water 26-27 capital program. The responsible MDAs should immediately remit the outstanding water arrears owed to National Water, and persistent non-remission should attract budgetary sanctions. Parliament uses its appropriation power to reallocate part of the recurrent budgets of votes that persistently default water payments to National Water and Sewage Corporation. Priority counterpart financing should be directed towards the Nakauka, Kakumiro, Bukedea, and Karuma-Gulu transmission mains and southwestern cluster obligations, because these affect highly visible public water projects. Under Vote 150, NEMA, the budget of the National Environment Management Authority for inspections, field mobility, laboratory services, digital monitoring systems, and specialized oversight in oil, gas, mining, and urban pollution hotspots should be enhanced. The minister responsible for environment should make quarterly reports on NEMA's processing of environmental and social impact assessments, compliance inspections, restoration orders, extractives monitoring, and coordination with sector ministries and local governments. Government should support the filling of critical staffing gaps to bring the authority closer to its approved establishment. The summary of budget estimates for the next financial year. Right Honourable Speaker, the committee proposes that the following budget estimates be allocated to the various votes under its mandate. Vote 017, Minister of Energy and Mineral Development. Recurrent expenditure. The committee proposes 205 billion 740 million shillings. Development expenditure 2,077 billion 50 million shillings. The total 2,282 billion 790 million shillings. Vote 139, Petroleum Authority of Uganda. Under recurrent expenditure, the committee proposes 61,380 million shillings. Development expenditure, 44,840 million shillings, giving a total of 160,870 million shillings.
106, not 60.
106. I am sorry, I beg your pardon. That's total for Petroleum Authority of Uganda, 106,870 million shillings. Vote 1019, Minister of Water and Environment, 90,590 million shillings. That's under recurrent. Development expenditure, 1,732,490 million shillings, giving a total of 1,823,080 million shillings. Vote 150, National Environment Management Authority. Under recurrent expenditure, 37,770 million shillings. Development expenditure, 80,130 million shillings, giving us a total of 45,910 million shillings. Right Honorable Speaker, in conclusion, Right Honorable Speaker, honorable colleagues, the committee's review of the ministerial policy statements and budget estimates for financial year 26-27 shows that the votes under its jurisdiction carry some of the most politically consequential responsibilities. The committee finds that the proposed interventions are substantial and in many cases well targeted geographically, but the credibility of the budget will ultimately depend on whether implementation reaches the districts, towns, industrial parks, institutions, and the host communities already identified in the official submissions. Right Honorable Speaker, the committee therefore urges the House to support stronger financing for frontline delivery, closer tracking of implementation by location, and sharper accountability for agencies and votes whose budget commitments affect electricity, water, environment, and petroleum governance across the country. Right Honorable Speaker, I beg to submit.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Honorable. This is a very direct report. Very direct and Honorable Minister, rare. You know, the problem we have when our people realize that maybe the management is not doing well, they decide to even kill the institution. You rather remove the management and replace and put other people in the management. Raya used to be very, very good. Very good. But now, Honorable Minister.
Right, Honorable Speaker. I take note of the wish to reinstate NEMA. But I mean, rare. But I wish to point the following. Electrification of this country requires huge sums of money. When I sit down to calculate, I need $4 trillion to electrify this country fully. Yes, that's what is needed to electrify this country. Yes. Number two, we actually depend on donors to electrify this country. Most of the money which we are using for rural electrification is donor-given money. And now donors come with conditionalities. For example, the World Bank will come with compensation for wherever we take electricity through, whether we cut a tree, even putting it on somebody's land. Unless we amend that requirement, whatever we do will be very difficult to implement.
Honorable Minister, can I ask something? Do we have a department that carried forward the work that REA used to do?
Yes, right, Honorable Speaker. We have a department which is fully committed to rural electrification, a department of rural electrification in the ministry. And by the way, all the staff of NARO...
In your own analysis, has it been more efficient than the previous REA?
There are things which I must point out. It is working, except the funding is very poor. It has taken a long time for us to start attracting the donors. I pointed out most of the money which we use for rural electrification is donor-given money. It is not
so
actually...
the donors were only giving at the time of REA. Because at the time of REA, we did not have those complaints. The complaints we had were on management, and power was everywhere. I can assure you, people had power everywhere. But did they stop because REA stopped? Did they stop funding because REA stopped?
It was only a coincidence. I will tell you, Karamoja never had electricity. Gulu didn't have electricity. West Nile didn't have electricity. So when we say we had electricity everywhere, it is not true. If anything, it is now the department, because of our insistence on equity, that is taking electricity to those areas which are underserved. What we require is money. REA never ever came here to tell you that by district I'm going to give this electricity. The department came and actually talked what is required to deliver electricity to the various parts of this country. And going backwards, it has taken us 4 years to enable rural electrification to settle. Now, going back to REA, I assure you, we shall take another 5 years without distributing electricity. We are getting trust by the development partners. Money is coming back, and that will enable us to deliver electricity. But the most important thing is equity of distribution. If I brought you a map, when I went to the ministry, I said, I want to go to the moon and look down and look at Uganda. You actually will find there are areas which are completely dark.
There's a clarification from Honorable Mara.
Right Honorable Speaker, I have been in this parliament for 5 years.
Only?
Yes. And we participated during the rationalization. By the time we moved REA to the Ministry of Energy, we also moved it with the money. Over 600 billion
we did
shillings.
Not move, they moved.
Yes.
This parliament did not move REA to energy.
Yes.
They moved.
Ever since that time, Right Honorable Speaker, I remember they came to my constituency to measure mileage for rural electrification. Survey. Ever since that time, nothing is on the ground, no electric poles. Can the ministry clarify what they did with over 600 billion which we transferred to them?
You find
and then the consequent monies that we have been appropriating to the Ministry for Electricity.
Poles that were left lying there.
Yes.
Some people have ended up using as firewood.
Exactly.
Yes.
This is shambolic. This is incompetence. If the people cannot perform, they must change the leadership. The country cannot continue to live in darkness.
Minister,
yes.
We are not saying you are not the one performing. Yeah. There are technical people in that department.
It might be them as well.
Yes, Chairman.
Right Honourable Speaker, honourable colleagues, First of all, for the sake of the record, REA was not a subject of rationalization. REA was dissolved by a repeal of the statutory instrument before the RAPEX.
That's why I said it was not by us.
Yes, so it was something that was done to cure a governance problem by killing the child. Right, Honorable Speaker, the issue regarding rural electrification is not only an issue of money, it is an issue of non-performance. This is what is persuading the committee to come with this recommendation. If you recall last year,
it is
right,
an
Honorable?
issue of performance.
Yes. Right, Honorable Speaker, last year there was a funding gap to clear outstanding arrears under rural electrification. Whereas the ministry was asking for 300 billion, at least this House was able to find 150 billion of it. Right, Honorable Speaker, if your requirement to perform or to cultivate is 2 gardens, and they give you 1 garden, after 1 year, you cannot show us at least what you can produce in 1 garden. So the issue is not about the money. The issue is whatever the little money you have, what is it that you can do?
Minister, are you your chairman?
Right, Honorable Speaker.
Have you heard what your chairman?
On the issue, may I just say this one, then I'll give you information.
We want value for money, Honorable Minister.
Right, Honorable Speaker. From the understanding of the committee, why we believe it's a performance issue is that the people in REA, their weaknesses notwithstanding, they had the confidence, they had the will of development partners, so that where this government was not able to find resources, they were able to sit down and write project proposals and attract money which was being used. What are the people in the ministry doing to supplement government allocations through writing of projects? Madam Speaker, I want to take information from my senior colleague.
Thank you very much, Chair. Right Honorable Speaker, the information I want to give to the chairperson of this committee, we were members in the Natural Resources Committee, Madam Chair, in 2018, when REA was doing everything possible to extend the power lines. Everything possible. Members of Parliament would go to REA, and at least somebody's line would be surveyed, and at least works could go on. Right, Honorable Speaker, when we passed a supplementary to the ministry in 2023 for the backlog, 2023, we passed billions of money. 2024, we passed billions of money. But the Right Honorable Speaker, in Kasanda, where I come from, they told me they got a contractor. Since they got a contractor 2 years down the road, the contractor is not seen on what? On ground. Lines were left, and I know it is not only Kasanda. It must be everywhere in the country. Right, Honorable Speaker, this ministry will not manage. We will not manage. We are going to continue. Even if you give them all the monies they're talking about. Thank you very much, Chair.
Honorable Minister, I used to be in the committee of COSASE that REA used to report to. The only problem that REA had was on governance, management. But all the other things were so perfect. Even when the management would quarrel amongst themselves, but the lines would be fixed and power would be there. So all that you ought to have done was to remove those top guys who were fighting and leave the institution to be there, because they had very competent people, very, very competent people. But then the money that was transferred from REA to the ministry, what did that money do? Can we have accountability of what has been done over the time? Honorable Minister, before you come, I could have Nakasongola, I could have Bushenyi.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I am happy that we are discussing this critical issue. This is a national problem. The Minister of Energy came to Nakasongola some 5 years ago, and they did a survey in a number of areas in my area. But what happened during campaign time, the Minister of Energy, especially the minister, they came and excited the people, the public, they created anxiety, and there is nothing taking place. You can't go to Nakasongola and talk about Minister of Energy and people clap. They can't. They say, no, Minister of Energy is telling lies. Madam Speaker, I want the Minister of Energy to explain to this August House what has happened with the money we approved here. I want to submit. I thank you.
Bushenyi.
Thank you so much, Madam Speaker, for the opportunity. Madam Speaker, 10 years ago, REA electrification agents installed electric poles in most of the parts of this country. And up to now, they have never been connected to the grid. Madam Speaker, during our campaign trails, it was a pertinent question. As I talk now, in those areas, as members of parliament, we have failed to legislate. When you go there, they'll talk about those electric poles. Madam Speaker, last year during this time, we unanimously agreed as members of parliament to ask, we allocated money to connect those electric poles. But up to now, nothing has been done, and we are coming to the end of the financial year. Madam Speaker, those places, people are threatening to vandalize those electric poles. We are going to lose money.
Thank you.
And yet people have not access to
William
electricity.
Ross.
So I would like to be brought up to speed. When are you connecting those poles today?
Honorable Minister, take note of what the members are raising.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Speaker. When we talk about power, it's a matter of life. In fact, it is just good that the minister is always a polite person. But this is a very serious matter. We went through serious problems in our constituencies during the campaigns. In 2022, I think 2023, the minister himself went to the floor, told us about the money that was available. There was a list that came out listing the districts that would benefit from the program. That was World Bank. Yes. Now, we were all happy. We took the message to our people.
We approved the loan.
They sent the surveyors. The money was already there. They sent the surveyors. We have letters in districts introducing consultants, contractors. Until today, there is nothing.
Rose, Grania.
Thank you so much, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, the ministry has money for refugee hosting districts. People have been bruised. If you go to Obongi, we are promised on this, in this house on the floor of parliament that we were going to start with Obongi. Committee was to go there. Up to tomorrow, we did not go to Obongi. Obongi has remained without polls. The 2 MPs have been removed. If you go to Terego, they told us they were starting in March. We have money specifically for refugee hosting districts. Nothing. If you go to Mariokolo, we are fed up. Something drastic should be done in that ministry. We turn the tables so that they know that this country can not only talk, but they can bite. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Grania.
Thank you very much, Right Honourable Speaker. I also want to join the other members to thank the chairperson and the members of the Natural Resources Committee. Right Honourable Speaker, I will not overemphasize the issue of connectivity to the grid, but I want to speak to the issue of vandalization. In Mubende, we have a number of lines that were vandalized. Whenever we talk to Ministry of Energy, when they come, if so many meters of the line were vandalized, they only bring 1 or 2. And Right Honourable Speaker, intelligence says The people who vandalize these lines come from the ministry and their service providers. Let them prevail over these people.
Let's not say that.
Right, Honorable Speaker, I take your information, that message, but
because
it is upon them.
We don't have evidence to that, and it is just an allegation. So let's not say that they come from the ministry.
Right, Honorable Speaker, I can say it is an allegation, but when they do not take action to get these people to monitor.
As a leader, that should not come from you, Nalongo.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker, for that guidance, but I want to plead with them to ensure that whenever they pledge to reconnect, they actually do. Because for us in Mubende district, there is a point where we lost a very long line of connection, and this has taken more than a year and a half. So government is losing a lot of money because people are not consuming the power, yet there was an investment done in that area. Thank you.
One time my transformer blew off and the person who was to connect asked for money. Honorable Minister, remember I called you and asked you whether we pay money for. Yes. Faith?
Right Honorable Speaker, I wish to correct the record which the Minister said that during the time of REA, Karamoja did not get power, and now did not have power, and now in his time it has. That is a lie. The connections we got were at the time of REA. The Minister is aware of the times the Karamoja Parliamentary Group has engaged him on the issue of connections. And all our engagements with him have not yielded even one poll. No connection. For all these 4 years, it is only today that I have heard he is saying the ministry was settling down for 4 years. Right Honorable Speaker, there is something more serious to this matter of connections. You know that our government envisions a 10-fold growth strategy. Without connections, that is impossible. So we consider this ministry a saboteur. This ministry is not aligned with the vision of the government. That must be corrected.
Honorable members, I happen to have been one of those who moved throughout this country during the campaign. And because when I moved throughout the whole country, I found out the things that people are crying for that are sabotaging government. One of them was electricity. The second one was infrastructure, the roads, and then water. So you find everybody was saying this government would be good if they had A, B, C, D. So why don't you people help government to run? Because we give you money. We do give you money. But you don't give us accountability of the money we give you. Stella, let me first get another person from Karamoja. Because they said Karamoja didn't.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I want to thank the Minister for the responses that he has given. But we all know that electrification is the driver to economic growth. And REA was put purposely to ensure that there is power across
in the rural areas.
Across the country, in the rural areas, which it did. But of course, it also had its own challenges. It took power and lines to the communities. But of course, it didn't enable the communities to tap this power. So in Karamoja, where actually REA worked, we have lines running, but the Wananchis are not able to tap the community. To tap power because of lack of transformers in most of the locations. I've been actually informing the minister about the need of transformers in my district and of course in other parts of the country to enable the community to tap power. he has been putting us in op most of the times. And to reach the extent whereby he informed me that even the transformers have been procured. But 3 years down the road, the transformers that he said were procured have not reached
They are still
the community.
settling.
I don't know whether they are procured or no.
They are
In
still
fact,
settling.
he has also been sending surveyors to the community, and I wonder what reports they have been giving to him. I'd also pledge, because it's like the surveyors have been going all over the country in places where the demand of electricity was. I would also request that the minister actually puts together all the reports across the country about the limitations or the challenges that are facing people of this country in relation to electricity. And he brings and shares with us what actually was found and what the ministry is planning.
So can we
Thank you.
agree? Can we agree on top of the discussion on infrastructure that we also discuss electricity? Give us a report of the town of places you have connected, or accountability on from the time REA left to date. Can we agree that on Tuesday we have that? Is that okay with the members? Because no, we are going to continue speaking when we will not be able to get answers. So let's have that response. And whoever has something to be included in the report should get the minister. Minister, we did that report.
Yes, so many questions asked. I've taken note of them, but just like you pointed out, it is not only energy, it is infrastructure ministries. Ministry of Works, Ministry of Water, and Ministry of Energy.
You handle what is yours. Handle what is yours.
I'm going to provide you the report as you have asked, because we shall account even the areas which we connected.
Exactly.
During this time, we shall be able to give you.
Mzee, handle what is yours. Leave what is for roads to roads. Honourable members, pursuant to Rule 156(2), I refer the report to the Committee of Budget for reconciliation, harmonization, and consolidation. Honourable members, we will have a debate. I want us to have extensive debate on electricity. From the time of REA.
And water.
From the time of REA to date, where we just want accountability. We want accountability. Next.
The Sectoral Committee on Finance, Planning and Economic Development.
Thank you. Finance.
My brother, make sure you come back. Don't create a trip to Belgium.
Right Honourable Speaker and Honourable colleagues, pursuant to Rule 197 of the Rules of Procedure of Parliament, which mandates the sectoral committees to perform the following functions, among others: examine and comment on the policy matters affecting ministries, departments and agencies under their jurisdiction. 2, examine critical government recurrent and capital budget estimates and make recommendations for general debate in the House. In accordance with Section 12, subsection 13 of the PFMA, Cap 171, the Minister responsible for Finance submitted the ministerial policy statements to Parliament on the 15th of March, and the committee considered the ministerial policy statements and now reports. Allow me to lay on table, Right Honourable Speaker, reports and minutes that were put together during the interaction, and copies of these reports are hereby laid.
Thank you. Please lay.
Right Honourable Speaker, allow me to beg for your indulgence that I'll just give highlights. The committee made a very good methodology, and documents that were revised are here attached. But we also are looking at the scope of this report, which covers 11 votes under our purview. That is vote 008, Minister of Finance, Planning and Economic Development. Vote 108, National Planning Authority. Vote 123, the National Lotteries and Gaming Regulatory Board. Vote 129, Financial Intelligence Authority. Vote 130, Treasury Operations. Vote 131, Office of the Auditor General. Vote 138, Uganda Investment Authority. Vote 141, Uganda Revenue Authority. Vote 143, Uganda Bureau of Statistics. Vote 153, Public Procurement and Disposal of Public Assets Authority. Vote 163, the Uganda Retirement Benefits Regulatory Authority. And of course, Right Honourable Speaker and colleagues, this sector has a subvention of 10 MDAs. The microeconomic development and outlook is hereby specified and laid down. The exchange rates, the inflation, interest rates, economic outlook, and the proposed budget's estimates of 26-27. The total budget is projected to increase from 72.376 trillion financial year 2025-26 to 84.294 trillion 2026-27, representing an increase of 11.917 trillion. The increase is mainly on an account of high domestic revenue mobilization, additional inflows from the Petroleum Fund, and the increased domestic borrowing, partly offset by low external budget support. Right Honourable Speaker, we look at the revenue and financing sources, which are the domestic revenues, the Petroleum Fund, the budget support, domestic refinancing, or rather call it rollover, and local revenue as here submitted. I would like to submit that the discretionary resource envelope, if I may read verbatim, after deducting statutory and prior obligations, including wages, external debt, amortization, project support, domestic refinancing, domestic areas, appropriation in aid, local revenue, interest payments, and Bank of Uganda debt payment, the net government of Uganda discretionary resource will increase from 32.48 trillion in this financial year 25-26 to 39.56 trillion in the next financial year, an increase of 7.08 trillion. And the details are on the table. Allow me to confirm that this analysis scrutinized the compliance of gender and equity, and the details are hereon. Right Honourable Speaker and colleagues, the half-year budget performance is elaborated, but allow me to go straight to the projections, or rather the budget estimates for 26-27. Right Honourable Speaker and colleagues, vote 008, Minister of Finance, Planning and Economic Development. The proposed budget for the Minister of Finance, Planning and Economic Development for financial year 26-27 is 3 trillion .011. representing a nominal increase of 214 billion from the approved budget of 2.796 trillion in this running financial year 25-26. And I refer you to Annex 2. A significant proportion of this budget, approximately 80%, is earmarked for private sector development financing, including the PDM, the wealth creation programs, capitalization of development finance institutions such as UDB and the other government-owned institutions, the Agricultural Credit Finance Facility, and Uganda Agriculture Insurance Scheme, and the Invite and Grow projects. The increase in the Minister of Finance Planning and Economic Development budget is mainly driven by these cost centers. The wage, an increase of 4.6 billion from 12.08 billion to 16.7 billion, largely to cater for the salary enhancement for assistant commissioners and principal officers. 2, the non-wage recurrent, an increase of 213 billion.9 from 2.192 trillion to 2.406 trillion to finance interventions in consumer protection, including credit reference services, financial inclusion, and enterprise development, okusavinga in brackets, continued capitalization of UDB, climate financing interventions or initiatives, and financial inclusion pillars of the PDM. And 3, Government of Uganda Development, an increase of 101.34 billion from 176.86 billion to 278.2 billion. This is mainly attributed to the new and scaled-up development projects, including the PIM Plus projects, which alone account for approximately 89 billion of increase. These increases are partly offset by reductions in the external financing, a reduction of 145.4 billion from 402.02 billion to 256.5 billion, mainly due to low anticipated disbursements and reduced donor commitments for the Invite and Grow projects, as well as additional external financing under the Resource Enhancement and Accountability Program, RIP. The second area where there was a reduction is the overall development budget. A net reduction of 44 billion in total development resources once the decline in the external financing is taken into account against the increase of Government of Uganda financed developments. Overall, while the ministry's budget is expanding in nominal terms, the composition is shifting further towards domestically financed private sector development and financial sector strengthening, with reduced external financing. Vote 108, the National Planning Authority. The proposed budget for the National Planning Authority, colleagues, is Uganda shillings 168.79 billion, representing a 52.3% increase from 110.86 billion in financial year 25-26. The increase reflects a deliberate effort to strengthen the national planning, coordination, and monitoring functions in line with the NDP4. The increment is composed of 1, an addition 3.5 billion on the wage component and 4.8 billion on the non-wage recurrent expenditure, an addition of 19.8 billion on Government of Uganda Development, and an addition of 29.7 billion on external financing. The development budget will mainly support the construction and equipping of the National Planning House, which is expected to enhance NPA's institutional capacity and provide a permanent home for core planning, population and physical planning functions. In addition, the NPA anticipates offset or off-budget support, I beg your pardon, amounting to 2 billion from development partners, which will complement the own budget resource referred to Annex 2. Vote 123, National Lotteries and Gaming Regulatory Board. The proposed budget, Honorable Speaker and colleagues, for vote 123 for 26-27 is 27.2 billion, up from 17.93 billion in this running financial year 25-26. The budget comprises of 8.8 billion for wage, 15.4 billion for non-wage recurrent, and 2.6 billion for Government of Uganda Development, referred to Annex 2. The board projects to collect 450 billion in gaming revenue during the year. The increased budget is to cater for staffing and operationalization of their regional offices largely. Vote 129, Financial Intelligence Authority. The proposed budget for FIA in financial year 26-27 is 56.1 billion, an increase of 9.8 billion from 46.2 billion in the this running financial year 25-26. The rise is driven by the recurrent budget, with Uganda shillings 3 billion additional wage and 6.8 billion additional non-wage. The financial year 26-27 budget comprises of 15.3 billion for wage, 39.2 billion for non-wage recurrent, and 1.46 billion for government development, referred to Annex 2. Vote 130, Treasury Operations. The proposed budget for Treasury Operations in 26-27 financial year is 33 trillion point 6, up from 27.807 in financial 25-26. The entire Treasury Operations budget is classified as recurrent, non-wage, reflecting its primary role in meeting government statutory obligations, including public debt service, redemption, court awards, and other central government commitments, and refer for details in Annex 2. The increase is largely driven by 1. High interest payments on treasury bonds, which are projected to rise by about 33% due to the large stock of domestic debt and a shift towards long-term instruments. 2. An increased domestic securities redemptions expected to grow by approximately 39%, reflecting maturing obligations associated with previous borrowing and continued reliance on domestic debt markets. Commitment fees are also projected to increase substantially as a result of pipeline loans, which require up to 95 billion Uganda shillings and approximately Uganda shillings 90 billion in respect of undisbursed external loan commitments within the existing portfolio. And I will refer colleagues to Table 3 for details. Honorable colleagues, Treasury Operations is also responsible for management of the Contingencies Fund, which is required by law to be replenished annually with an amount equivalent to 0.5% of the appropriation annual budget of government for the previous financial year. And accordingly, 361.88 billion has been provided in financial year 26-27 budget for this purpose. Debt management fees are available. I beg your pardon. Debt management fees are variable charges imposed by some creditors for the use of agents, legal firms, and insurance companies during the loan contracting and management processes. Some of these fees, such as an upfront fees, legal fees, agency fees, insurance premiums, and are none-off payment, while others, such as management fees, may be payable annually, depending on the financing agreement. Financial year 26-27, 238.5 billion is projected to cater for these expenditures. The projected amount of the redemption of treasury bills and bonds in financial 26-27 is Uganda shillings 13.96 trillion, of which 547 billion represents the annual principal repayment on the Uganda shilling 7.7 trillion 10-year amortization security issues to the Bank of Uganda. In practice, government continues to roll over a substantial portion of domestic debt principal. When treasury bills and bonds are auctioned, part of the proceeds is used to repay maturing principal obligations. The projection for the court awards and compensation is 327 billion. This provision will cater for the final installment towards the International Court of Justice award to the Democratic Republic of Congo and other judgment creditors with claims against government. Vote 131, Office of the Auditor General. Honorable colleagues, the proposed budget for the OAG, Auditor General's Office, in financial 26-27 is 123 billion, an increase of 10 billion from 113.5 billion in financial 25-26. The increase comprises of 7.2 billion on a non-wage recurrent and 2.8 billion on government development. The budget comprises of 48.5 billion for wage and 70.7 billion for non-wage recurrent and 4.3 billion for Government of Uganda development. And I refer you to Annex 2. Votes 138, Uganda Investment Authority. The proposed budget for Uganda Investment Authority in financial year 26-27 is 670.9 billion, representing a substantial increase of 336.4 billion from the approved budget of 334.5 billion in financial year 25-26, and refer to Annex 2 for details. This sharp increase reflects government's priority to accelerate industrialization and job creation through industrial parks and investment promotion. The main drivers of the increase are external financing, an increase of 281.03 billion from 90.97 billion to 372 billion, primarily to finance the development of industrial parks, and Government of Uganda development, an increase of 44.9 billion from 217.97 billion to 262.9 billion to support infrastructure development at Mbale Industrial Park and institutional strengthening of the UIA, including systems, governance, and investor facilitation. Vote 141, Uganda Revenue Authority. The proposed budget for URA in 26-27 is 917.3 billion, an increase of Uganda shillings 40 billion.1 from 877.2 billion in financial 25-26. The entire increase is on the non-wage recurrent budget. The proposed budget comprises of Uganda shillings 400.2 billion for wage, 452.3 billion for non-wage recurrent, and 64.7 billion for Government of Uganda development. Refer to Annex 2. These resources are geared toward supporting URA in implementing the successor domestic revenue mobilization strategy, meaning what is going out, because this one is expiring, so we look at what is coming, the new strategy of the DRM, and improving taxpayer education and compliance management. Vote 143, the Uganda Bureau of Statistics. The proposed budget for UBOS in 26-27 is 148.4 billion, an increase of 14 billion from 134.3 billion in 25-26. The increase is driven by government development, the 23 billion, despite a reduction on the non-wage recurrent of 8.8 billion. The budget comprises of 23.2 billion for wage, 83.8 billion for non-wage recurrent, and 41.3 billion for Government of Uganda development. The additional development resources will support the construction of Statistics House in Entebbe and investment in modern statistical infrastructure, which are expected to improve data production, dissemination, and coordination of the national statistical system. Vote 153, procurement, public procurement and disposal of public assets, PPDA. The proposed budget for PPDA in 26-27 is 33.3 billion, an increase of 3.5 billion from 29.8 billion in financial 25-26. The increase comprises of 2 billion on wage, 1.5 billion on non-wage recurrent. The budget comprises of 16.5 billion for wage, 15.5 billion for non-wage recurrent, and 1.29 billion for Government of Uganda Development, and refer to the attached annex. Vote 163, Uganda Retirement Benefits Regulatory Authority, UBRA. The proposed budget for UBRA, colleagues, in financial year 26-27 is 18.7 billion, an increase of 4.4 billion from 14.3 in financial year 25-26. The increase is mainly on non-wage recurrent by 4.34 billion. The budget comprises of 7.8 billion for wage, 10.1 billion for non-wage recurrent, and 0.72 billion for Government of Uganda Development, plus 0.057 billion in areas. This allocation is intended to strengthen UBRA capacity to regulate the retirement benefit scheme, safeguarding members' savings and deepening coverage for formal and informal sector. Honorable colleagues, I have covered all the votes. Now, suffice to say that it is therefore prudent that we go straight to the observations of the committee, vote by vote. Honorable colleagues, I refer you to page 30, where we start with the National Planning Authority. And I'll be going straight to the committee recommendation. Therefore, the committee recommends the government fast-tracks amendment of the Physical Planning Amendment Act and any related legal instructions to clearly delineate the roles and responsibilities of NPA and Minister of Lands, Housing and Urban Development in the area of physical and spatial planning. 2. Upon clarification of mandates, NPA should be allocated to supervise, should be allowed to absorb the requisite technical staff and provided with adequate funding to fully operationalize the physical planning department. 3. The Office of the Prime Minister, working with the Minister of Finance, Planning and Economic Development and the Minister of Housing, Lands, Housing and Urban Development, should coordinate an interagency framework to avoid duplication, ensure effective collaboration, and safeguard of original objectives of the rationalized exercise. Vote 130, Treasury Operations. I'm reading the recommendations of the committee. The committee recommends under this vote that before government attracts any new loan, all key preparatory activities including feasibility studies, detailed assignment, detailed design, environmental and social safeguards assessment, land acquisition plans, implementation arrangements should be substantially completed to ensure rapid disbursement once the loans become effective. And 2, the committee recommends strengthen the public investment management, the PIM framework, to include a straight readiness filter, such that only projects meeting agreed readiness criteria proceed to loan negotiation and signing. And 3, Minister of Finance should report annually to the Parliament, to this Parliament, on the level of commitment fees paid by projects, their causes, and specific corrective actions to reduce such costs going forward. And on domestic borrowing, the committee recommends government strictly adheres to its commitments to gradually reduce domestic borrowing and limits domestic borrowing to the financing of high return development projects rather than recurrent expenditure. And the Ministry of Finance accelerates physical consolidation measures such as enhancing domestic revenue mobilization, rationalization rationalizing non-priority expenditures, and improving value for money in public spending to reduce the need for domestic borrowing. Vote 123, the National Lotteries and Gaming Regulatory Board. The committee recommends that this vote intensifies enforcement and compliance activities nationwide, including regular licensing and inspection of the gaming premises. B, stronger enforcement against illegal and unlicensed machines in collaboration with URA, the police, and local government. And C, a comprehensive responsible gaming program aimed at public awareness, early detection of problems, problem gambling, and referral to support services with particular focus on rural and pre-urban areas. The Ministry of Finance, Planning and Economic Development develops and brings to Parliament a comprehensive national gaming and betting policy that, among others, minimizes the adverse social and economic effects of betting and gaming on the population. 2, introduces targeted safeguards for minor, low-income groups and other vulnerable populations. And C, provides a framework for using a portion of the gaming revenue to finance prevention and rehabilitation programs. Vote 131, the Office of the Auditor General. The committee recommends the Office of the Auditor General be provided with an additional Uganda shillings 8 billion .05 in financial year 26-27, specifically earmarked for strengthening audit coverage in emerging and high-risk areas. The Office of the Auditor General be provided with an addition of 2.2 to conduct impact assessment and perception survey. And number 3, the Ministry of Finance, together with OAG, develop a multi-year resource plan that aligns audit coverage with the size, complexity, and risk profile of government operations. Under the Office of the Auditor General, the committee observed that there is inadequate staff numbers and delayed implementation of manpower plans. So the committee recommends the OAG be provided with an addition of 39.99 billion over the medium term to progressively implement its manpower plan, prioritizing critical technical and support positions. Recruitment and retention strategies, including competitive remuneration and professional development programs, be strengthened to attract and retain high-caliber audit professionals. Honorable colleagues, we also noted as a committee that there is insufficient and aging motor vehicle fleet under the OAG, and therefore the committee recommends that the OAG be provided with 5 billion in financial year 26-27 to replace its most critical aging vehicles and ensure reliable transport for field audits. 2, a phased vehicle replacement plan be agreed upon between the OAG and Ministry of Finance and avoid future accumulation of obsolete assets and ensure cost-effective fleet management. Under Vote 138, Uganda Investment Authority, honorable colleagues, the committee recommends as follows: that government strengthens its project preparation and appraisal framework so that only projects with adequate readiness, land acquired, key approvals secured, design completed, and implementation arrangements in place are submitted for external financing. The Ministry of Finance and Investment Authority, in collaboration with NEMA, Ministry of Works, Transport, and other relevant agencies, develop and implement a clear, time-bound roadmap to resolve all outstanding bottlenecks and fast-track completion of the Namamve project. Number 3, lessons learned from the Namamve projects be formally documented and integrated into the public investment management guidelines to minimize recurrence of similar delays in future industrial park and infrastructure projects. In conclusion, Right Honourable Speaker and colleagues, the Committee of Finance Planning and Economic Development appreciates that the institutions under its jurisdiction are critical for achieving Uganda's socio-economic transformation agenda, including the NDP4 and the 10-fold growth strategy. However, prolonged capacity constraints and implementation bottlenecks continue to undermine their effectiveness. Therefore, the committee is of the considered view that the budget strategy for financial year 26-27 will be realized if the identified challenges are addressed and the above recommendations are implemented. In light of the foregoing, it is the prayer of this committee that this House adopts this report and approves the budget estimates for financial year 26-27, incorporating the committee's recommendation. I beg to submit.
Thank you. Thank you, Chairman, for this comprehensive report on finance planning and economic development. And because of how straight it is, and everything is and subject to and pursuant to Rule 156(2), I refer the report to the Budget Committee for reconciliation, harmonization, and consolidation. Thank you. Next.
The Sectoral Committee on Defense and Internal Affairs.
Honorable Ether, I will send you to the Budget Committee to make the addition. Thank you.
Right Honourable Speaker, I thank you so much for this opportunity. May I take the pleasure of laying on table the minutes of Defense and Internal Affairs Committee while receiving and processing ministerial policy statement.
Thank you.
And I will be very brief. Right Honourable Speaker, the Committee on Defense and Internal Affairs on the ministerial committee statements and budget estimates for financial year 2026-2027 considered the following votes. 1. Vote 004, Ministry of Defense and Veterans Affairs. Vote 009, Ministry of Internal Affairs. Vote 309, National Citizenship and Immigration Control. Vote 144, Uganda Police Force. Vote 145, Uganda Prison Service. Vote 135, Directorate of Government Analytical Laboratory, and vote 137, National Identification and Registration Authority. Right Honourable Speaker, I will be highlighting a vote. I'll be making salient observations and recommendations. Right Honourable Speaker, the report was uploaded so the honourable colleagues can access it. Introduction and background. There are important points I wanted to make on budget efficiency reforms. For example, that alignment of frameworks for review of ineligible expenditures under the Government of Uganda Development budget with frameworks used for external or donor financing, introduction of accounting officers' budget discipline charter for managing public funds, which demands fiscal discipline, adherence to work plans, timely budget submission, and robust internal controls, and implementation of a rewards and sanctions framework to recognize good performers and sanction bad performers. The MTF adjustment is there. We looked at a number of things, the methodology, just like many other committees. We also looked at compliance of ministerial policy statement for financial 2026-2027 with the following. In this, we are looking at what MPS what Public Finance Management Act demands and other relevant laws, like gender and compliance, gender and equity concerns. We did the scores, whether the MPS is aligned with the national development plans. We did the scores, and so the committee observations and recommendations on the above. The votes budget performance for the first half of financial year 2025-26. The votes budget performance for the first half of the 25-26 was summarized in the annex, which is also attached. 6.2, which is Ministry of Defense and Veteran Affairs. Right Honorable Speaker and Honorable colleagues, the performance for the first half of 2025-26 is in the report. We looked at the major audit findings for financial year 24-25, and we recommended as follows. The committee recommends that Ministry improves its budget execution as per the work plan to minimize budget absorption challenges. 2, the committee recommends that the Ministry of Defense and Veterans Affairs adheres to the procurement legal framework to safeguard against non-adherence to the contracts by contractors. Another recommendation, the Ministry of Defense should closely monitor contract implementation for effective project implementation. The budget estimates, including areas, is also there. The overall budget, which is 6.26211. The Ministry of Defense and Veterans Affairs will experience an increase in its allocation for the financial year 2026-2027 to reach 5,386.89 billion from 4,929.83 billion in the financial year 25-26. That increase, Right Honorable Speaker and Honorable colleagues, that increase, which is an increase by 457.06 billion, is due to wage bill by 46.01 billion, rise in the non-wage budget by 318.62 billion, and rise in the projected disbursements by external partners, this is awesome, whose contribution will increase from 255.98 billion in financial year 25-26 to 348.70 billion in 26-27. This is consistent with the volatility of the security situation in Somalia. Important to note that the wage bill for the ministry will increase by 46.01 from 1,391.5 billion in financial year 25-26 to 1,437.52 billion in this. This is as a result of recruitment of 10,000 currently undergoing training, to salary enhancement for the UPDF, which this House recommended last financial year, where 31.8 billion is enhancement of our scientists in armed forces, and the remaining balance is for promotions in the forces. Right Honorable Speaker, we recommend that a provision of 260.07 billion be made available to enhance the UPDF operational readiness and capacity by replacing the aging utility, logistic military trucks and buses over the medium term. On shortfalls in foodstuffs, we recommend an additional provision of 115.1 billion in the financial year 26-27 for the procurement of food. On shortfalls in uniform, we recommend an additional provision of 106.1 billion to the Ministry of Defense for the procurement of uniforms for our UPDF during the financial year 26-27. On maintenance of equipment and aircrafts, Here, Right Honorable Speaker, we recommend that Ministry be provided with additional 71.2 billion for maintenance of equipment and 27.5 billion for maintenance of aircraft during financial year 26-27. On the National Referral Hospital, UPDF National Referral Hospital, on this monumental achievement that the UPDF has got already, we recommend that the ministry be provided with 93.2 billion to commence the construction of the cardiology and oncology departments during the financial year 26-27. Additionally, 108 billion for the operational costs to be provided over the medium term. On the capitalization of Uganda Air Cargo, Right Honorable Speaker, we got plans that the Air Cargo wants to acquire a midlife Airbus A330-200 and C-130 in order to enhance their efficiency and profitability, and further expand the existing UAC area of operation, including other services. We recommend an additional 381.1 billion to be provided to Uganda Air Cargo to procure new aircraft to increase its revenue streams and add on the strategic airlift capability. On solar power plant, Right Honorable Speaker, we recommend, and this was established to reduce on the reliance on the grid, but also to make sure the UPDF and agencies can be able to run even when there is a power blackout. We recommend a provision of 74.1 billion in the financial year 26-27 budget and the medium term to establish a solar power plant in Nakasongora. Nakasongora is where all the military industries do reside. It is of importance that they are on the secure grid. On domestic areas, Right Honorable Speaker, in line with the phased plan of clearing existing areas, the committee recommends that a provision of 290 billion be made available to clear outstanding domestic areas upon verification by Office of the Auditor General. Gender compliance, we scored them and they are good to go. Vote 009, Ministry of Internal Affairs. The budget performance, the annex is part of the report, Right Honorable Speaker. Our recommendation to this is that the ministry expedites recruitment process of all its human resources before the end of the financial year to avoid the creation of wage bill areas. The committee on performance of the development budget, we recommend that the Ministry of Internal Affairs should design procurement plans reflecting the contract execution milestones consistent with the cash flow plans. On the ongoing regulatory and legal reforms, a number of them, our recommendation is that they should expedite completion of policy framework, national corrections policy to improve access to enhance offender rehabilitation and reintegration, while the outstanding legal frameworks, but not limited to 1, Small Arms and Light Weapons Bill, 2, Sovereignty Bill, 3, National Registration of Persons and Amendment Bill, 4, National Citizenship and Immigration Control Bill. These should be expedited to be implemented in the financial year 26-27. On major audit findings, our recommendation, Right Honorable Speaker, is that the ministry should develop an annual M&E framework to guide assessment of the budget implementation and formalize appointments for contract managers to improve contract management and oversight in execution of contracts. On the budget estimates, which is also attached, the overall budget for the ministry 26-27 will increase from 20.8 billion, 0.48 billion financial year 2025. No, from this, I beg your pardon, from the financial year 25-26, due to enhanced wage budget by 2.2 billion for additional recruitment of staff, a non-wage recurrent budget by 18.16 billion. The additional non-wage budget allocation is towards the management of NGOs, which registered an increase of 4.8 billion in the financial year 26-27. This, Right Honourable Speaker, is intended to develop and deploy comprehensive automation of the NGO bureau services through consultancy services. The rest is all, but we recommend as follows. One, that the ministry should prioritize and expedite the introduction of small arms and light weapons bill during the financial year 26-27. Two, that consultancy services for automation of NGO services be scaled down to 3 billion, since automation solutions are off-shelf, and what is required is procurement of licenses of the system, which is done over a year, and consultancy fees as well. The balance of 2 billion be allocated as a subvention to Amnesty Commission to fulfill its mandate. 3, the ministry should develop investment projects to be able to construct its headquarters and house other institutions and procure vital assets used in the discharge of its duties. 4th recommendation, the government should provide an additional 3.82 billion to the Department of Community Services for social reintegration, stakeholder engagements, monitoring, and district service committee operations and National Community Service Committee operations. On trafficking in persons and system, we recommend a provision of 5.521 billion in the financial year 26-27 to upgrade the TIP database into an online system to facilitate migrant workers' safety. Recruitment systems, Right Honourable Speaker, we recommend that 1.2 billion be provided in the financial year 26-27 budget to develop and automate recruitment system for Uganda Prison Authority and Uganda Prisons, for Uganda Police Authority and Uganda Prisons Authority. I beg your pardon. On implementation of the Explosives Act 2023, which this Honourable House passed, we recommend provision of additional 13.39 billion to regulate commercial explosives during the financial year 2026-2027. Amnesty Commission, Right Honourable Speaker, we recommend an addition of 2.341 billion during the financial year 26-27 for demobilizing, reinserting, rehabilitating, and reintegrating reporters and victims. Gender compliance, we scored them at 70%. They are good to go. Vote 120, National Citizenship and Immigration Control. Their budget performance for first half of the 2025-26 is annexed. The committee recommends that NCIC expedites the recruitment process of staff to improve wage bill absorption. The committee recommends further that the DCIC aligns its procurement plans with contract schedules and cash flow projections to improve timely resource utilization. On major audit findings, as per the Auditor General reports, which is a function of Parliament, financial year 24-25, Right Honourable Speaker, the committee recommends as follows. 1, that NCIC should adhere to the government commitments control system, annual work plans, and the e-government procurement system as measures prevent accumulation of arrears. NCIC should develop an annual M&E framework to monitor and evaluate budget execution. 3, government should provide adequate financing to enable NCIC to operate and automate border posts with a seamless data sharing platform with all relevant institutions. Budget estimates for 26-27, the overall budget. Right Honourable Speaker, this includes the Custody Center for Kampala Metropolitan, and the committee recommends provision of 0.8 billion in the financial year 26-27 to NCIC to procure land within the Kampala Metropolitan area to construct a custody center. On post-entry management of immigrants, We recommend an additional provision of 6.471 billion to undertake countrywide inspections and investigations, prosecutions, removals of immigrants managing custody centers. On passport booklets, Right Honorable Speaker, our recommendation is that an additional 7.89 billion be provided to NCIC during the financial year 26-27, procure additional 50,000 passport booklets. Additionally, the JV for the production of security documents should expedite the implementation of the JB agreement. On border automation systems, we recommend an addition of 13.63 billion over the medium term to upgrade existing digital systems, deployment to more service points, and establish the necessary physical infrastructure to support automation process. Diaspora access to services. We recommend a provision of 2.1 to NCIC to decentralize immigration services to Ugandans abroad during the financial year 26-27. Gender compliance, they were scored at 70. Vote 144, which is Uganda Police Force. Uganda Police Force registered 196,115 crime cases in the year 25, compared to 218,715 in 2024. This is a 10.3% reduction, posting a crime rate of 427 per 100,000 persons, down from 476 in 2024, based on an estimated population of 45.9 million. This was a monumental achievement to Uganda Police Force. We congratulate them. Performance of budget performance for the first half of the year, the annex is attached. On the overall budget performance, Right Honorable Speaker, we recommend that Uganda Police Force should devise mechanisms to deal with attrition in the police force and improve procurement planning to be linked to the cash flow plan. Supplementary expenditures should not be sought prior to adjusting the procurement plans, work plans, and cash flow plans to achieve efficiency of resources. On the audit, major audit findings, as per the Auditor General's report of financial year 24-25, we recommend the following: that Uganda Police Force should invest in automation of all its processes over the medium term to improve the level of efficiency, should also prioritize investment in improving investigation capabilities to improve the conviction rate of cases, and undertake recruitment targeting improvement in staff levels towards AS2 and fire rescue services. The overall budget, Right Honorable, the estimate is attached. The overall budget for Uganda Police Force is set to fall, unfortunately, from 1,273 billion in financial year 25 to 1,190 billion in financial year 27. This drop in budget results from a 34.1 billion cut in the wage budget, which more than offset the rise in the wage bill by 11 billion to cater for new officers, and raise in the development budget by 12.46 for construction of police station at the stadia in preparation for AFCON 27 at 4.97 billion, among others. So our recommendation is that it should UPF should expedite preparation and approval processes of CCTV Phase 3 project to be included in the public investment plan, and submit to Parliament an evaluation report of Phase 1 and Phase 2 during the year 26-27. Traffic and road safety, we recommend that should link the EPS to the NERA database. And the committee recommends an additional 8.577 billion for the procurement of transport equipment and installation of IOV inspection lane and certification center. Uganda shillings 21.6 billion to procure 10 mobile inspection stations for IOV. Police accommodation and the ongoing construction projects. Yeah, we noted that, yes, there is a shift in Uganda Police now to construct accommodation and shift from asbestos. Minimal, but commendable. And we recommend that Uganda Police Force and the Ministry of Internal Affairs harmonize in the development process of the accommodation project to comprehensively address police accommodation challenges in the financial year 26-27. An additional 24 billion be provided over the medium term to renovate the existing barracks starting 26-27. Sub-county policing model. Right Honorable Speaker, this was passed by this Parliament. It involves the deployment of a minimum 18 personnel, 2 motorcycles per police station, a counterphone and radio communication, an office, staff accommodation of at least 18 personnel. This is a pilot project, but it's doing well so far where it has worked. The Uganda Police Force requires 191 billion in the next financial year. However, only 44.415 is available. We recommend, therefore, that the Uganda Police Force should first pilot this model with the existing funds provided in the budget and expand it given the lessons learned in the piloted sub-counties. AFCON activities. This is coming to Uganda, Right Honorable Speaker, and this Parliament is excited and has been budgeting. It forms part of our tenfold growth strategy project. The committee observed that security infrastructure logistics for policing AFCON tournament will require 21.159 billion. This funding is necessary to ensure large crowd management and safety inside and outside the stadium, intelligence gathering and surveillance, high visibility patrols and police order, safeguarding critical infrastructure, including hotels, airports, and highway routes. We therefore recommend that the budget requirements are largely recurrent in nature and be provided under the Ministry of Education and Sports budget for financial year 26-27. On criminal investigations, Right Honorable Speaker, we recommend a provision of 10 billion for the CIID to carry out thorough investigations on crimes committed during the financial year 26-27, and 24.252 billion to be provided over the medium term. On criminal intelligence, we recommend an addition of 5.949 billion during the financial year 26-27 towards crime intelligence gathering for Uganda Police Force. On wage shortfalls, we recommend an additional provision of 58.904 billion to provide for additional 8,140 officers currently undergoing training during the financial year 26-27. Feeding in operations. Right Honorable Speaker, the committee observed that the current feeding cost of an officer per day is 10,000. UPDF deploys an average 35,000 officers per day at all vital and strategic locations, translates into an annual budget of 127.75 billion. The available funding for this is 58.200 billion, can only feed 15,945 personnel. We therefore recommend an additional provision of 70 billion during the financial year 26-27 for feeding police officers during operations. On inadequate provision for repairs and maintenance, we recommend a provision of 53.366 over the medium term, since Uganda Police Force recently acquired new vehicles across the country and are still under repair warrants. A provision of 6.545 billion be provided during the financial year 26 for aircraft maintenance. On domestic areas, Right Honorable Speaker, our recommendation is that Uganda Police Force should adhere to the commitment control system and prioritize clearance over outstanding areas before acquisition of new ones during the financial year 26-27. Gender compliance, as per the law, Uganda Police Force was scored at 73, although no, it has declined to 73 from 75. That was the score last financial year. This is largely due to insufficient funding towards police accommodation facilities, among others. Vote 145, Uganda Prison Service. The budget performance for the first half is annexed, Right Honorable Speaker. The overall budget performance, I can just read this. The wage bill expenditure totaling 73.53 billion, which is 49% of the approved 149.044 wage bill budget, slightly below the released amount of Uganda shillings 74.536 billion, indicating an absorption of 98.65. The non-wage recurrent expenditure performance was 51% of Uganda shillings 320.812 billion budget in the first half, with an absorption of 99.9%. Okay, on development budget, Right Honorable Speaker, the amount of 59.707 of the approved amount, only 16.994 billion was utilized, reflecting an expenditure performance of 28. Out of what was spent, 25 billion was released, indicating a release performance of 42, implying an absorption rate of 67.6%. The low absorption resulted from the ongoing procurement in the construction project. We therefore recommend that government should expedite judicial, investigative, and governance reforms in an effort to reduce the length of stay on remand. 2, the most of the ongoing construction projects are based on force account. Then procurement planning of supplies should be improved for the timely execution of projects. On the major audit findings, we also captured it. We recommend that government should provide sufficient funding for Uganda Prison Service to recruit an additional prison staff to improve the ratio from 1:7 to 1:3 over the medium term. 2, while the construction of 734 staff houses at the selected prisons is ongoing and at various levels, during the financial year 26-27, government has provided 2.56 billion to construct 160 low-cost staff houses in selected prison instead of the required 800 to increase permanent houses for Uganda Prison Service. Government should provide an additional 10.24 billion to Uganda Prison Service to meet the 800 low-cost staff houses target next financial year. With 41 prisons without safe water, government intends to provide boreholes for Kayanja and Rubirizi, leaving out the planned 8 additional prisons in the financial year 26-27. Government should provide additional 0.24 billion to meet the target. Our other recommendation number 4 is that government should provide additional 11.838 billion over the medium term to construct and equip the TB isolation wards in 16 regions, with the exception of Arua, which has been provided with 1.625 billion in financial year 26-27. Uganda Prisons Service should collaborate with the relevant public institutions like NARO and Ministry of Agriculture, Animal Industry and Fisheries to the productivity of the cotton farms. Budget estimates, excluding areas, it is also annexed. The overall performance is there. Then we recommend that Uganda Prison Service should submit to Parliament project completion reports covering the financial outputs, expenditures, lessons learned, and sustainability arrangements for the revitalization of the prisons industries project after its closure. On prisoners' accommodation, we note that the prisoner population is growing at 7% per annum. We therefore recommend that provision of 2.983 billion be made for additional 17 prisoner low-cost wards during the financial year 26-27. I beg your pardon. 2, to develop a project to construct minimax prisons and low-cost prisons across the country. 3, additional provision of 9.22 billion over the medium term to implement the parole strategy. On production of prisoners to court, Right Honorable Speaker, we recommend an additional provision of 7 billion for the production of prisoners to court in an effort to improve access to justice. Here, we noted that the rate at which courts are increasing is not matching so prisoners are located far away from courts. So you have to transport prisoners from prison areas for justice to. So we recommend that amount to. It is slightly cheaper than building a prison where court is located. On staff accommodation, Right Honorable Speaker, we recommend a development of a comprehensive project under Ministry of Internal Affairs to provide for accommodation facilities of Uganda Police, Uganda Prison Services. Relocation of prisons headquarters. Right Honorable Speaker, this has been a topic for us for quite some time. This has remained outstanding throughout the current fiscal year, 24-26. Plans for relocation must be finalized in the upcoming fiscal year. Okay. To move from the existing premises on Parliamentary Avenue to create office space for honorable members of Parliament. Uganda Prison Service requires 91.5 billion to construct its headquarters over 2 years. First year requires 43 billion for the construction of its headquarters for 26-27 budget. However, a provision of 10.50 has been made available, leaving a gap of 33. We therefore recommend that government provides Uganda Prison Service with 43.56 billion over the medium term to construct its headquarters in Ruzila. The rest of the report as it is uploaded on gender compliance, they were scored at 75. Vote 135, which is the Directorate of Uganda and Lead Collaboratory. The performance is in the report. We recommend that the public expedite with public service, recruitment approvals and staffing of DIGAL before end of the year. We recommend strengthening planning and procurement processes to ensure absorption of funds in line with critical outputs, particularly those with the impact on service delivery. Major audit recommendations are all there. Budget estimates for overall is available. We also, on construction of National DNA Data Bank. Right Honorable Speaker, we recommend a provision of 10 billion to complete phase 2 of the DNA Data Bank to improve investigative capacity of the country. On maintenance of modern scientific equipment, we recommend an additional provision of 1.015 billion to maintain modern scientific equipment in order to improve overcome creation of backlog cases. Operationalization there, laboratory acquisition of modern scientific equipment for the headquarters, laboratory reagents, chemicals and consumables. Our recommendations are there on chemical wastes, incinerator, and additional working staff for hours, on accreditation, on gender compliance. Right Honorable Speaker, this is a new vote and the last in my report, which is vote 137, National Identification and Registration Authority. The performance is attached. I'm concluding, Right Honorable Speaker. We recommend that NIRA should undertake targeted registration outreaches to schools, working closely with the Ministry of Education and Sports to ensure that school-going children are registered into the NIRA, as well as have parish-based issuance of 10 million national ID cards that have to be renewed. Awareness and sensitization of the exercise should be enhanced to improve uptake. NIRA should also prioritize civil registration of birth, adoptions, marriages, and deaths are all registered in the year occurrence. Right Honorable, we also recommend that government should provide funds for recruitment of staff to fill the approved staffing structure of 571 to effectively offer identification and civil registration services across the country. NILA should strengthen partnership and collaboration with the Ministry of Health, Ministry of Local Government, Judiciary, cultural institutions, faith-based institutions, development partners to improve institutional outcomes. And in addition, it should strengthen communication. Okay, I think I'm concluding, Right Honorable. On mass enrollment, civil registration, and all that. In conclusion, Right Honorable Speaker and Honorable colleagues, the Committee on Defense and Internal Affairs appreciates that the institutions under its are critical in achieving a peaceful and secure country. During the ministerial policy statements presentation, there was a shared concern that these institutions continue to attract minimal funding, making it extremely difficult to attain respective mandates. The budget strategy for 26-27 will only be achieved if the above institutions are supported in execution of their mandates. The committee has made adjustments to the budget proposals as indicated in the Annex 3 below for effective utilization of the resources. Right Honorable Speaker and Honorable colleagues, in light of the above, it is the prayer of the committee that this House adopts this report and approve the budget estimates that incorporate the committee's recommendations for the respective votes for the year 26-27. I beg to submit.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you so much for this report. Yes. Paul.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. I would want to appreciate the Chair for the elaborate submission and his report. Right Honorable Speaker, the President had targeted that every sub-county in Uganda should have at least 18 policemen. Recently, Right Honorable, from the countryside, there have been some people who are hurting communities. They steal goats, they steal animals. And the number of the police in our sub-counties are not able to respond quickly as it would be required. This is so because the number of policemen there, some of them are 10 or less, and also they don't have housing and the necessary equipment for them to do their work. I have listened to the chairman and the recommendations he has made, that it is true every sub-county should have at least 18 policemen. I would want to urge the House that we should really make an effort, because that is where the majority of our populations live. We should make an effort to make sure that the police coverage is well within the country. And the last one, Right Honourable, if you can give me a minute. One is that we had budgeted, Right Honourable Speaker, that the salaries for our security forces will increase. And the bare minimum, we did the numbers that every soldier should be able to get at least at least 1 million shillings. And that we have not yet reached. And we should, as a matter of strategy, Right Honourable Speaker, should be moving away from hardware to welfare. So I would also want to urge the House that even as we look at some of the investments in our security forces, we need to make sure that those in uniform also have a better salary. I want to submit. Thank you.
Rose.
Thank you so much, Right Honourable. Right Honourable, in this House we did talk about accommodation of the uniformed men and women. Right Honourable, the chairman talked about removing the police from asbestos. I hope we are not taking them now to unipots. Unipots are degrading. Low cost does not mean unipots. To Right Honourable, I want to agree with the previous speaker, my brother Paul, that when we are increasing salary, we should not only look at army. We should look at prisons, police, and the game rangers, all the armed forces.
We are talking about armed forces.
Lastly, NIRA is doing hell of work. And I have seen the committee has put more, and we're asking more from them. NIRA is paid peanuts. Their staff, their topmost staff, maybe number 3 in the districts, are getting something little like 1 million something really. With all this, they work weekends, Sunday, Saturday. NIRA staff are working. Can the committee propose something for that donkey, an increment on their salary? Thank you so much, Right Honourable.
Thank you so much, Madam Speaker. My submission is on the health of prisoners. According to the report, there are around 41 prison stations, prison farms without safe water sources. And we have realized that the growth rate is high at 7% per annum. And these prisoners are entitled to good health. Actually, when they are not healthy, we spend a lot as a country. So my prayer is that these prisoners surely be prioritized when we are planning for water sources so that they have safe water and we minimize expenditure on them and they actually have good health even if they are in cells. I beg to submit. Thank you.
Thank you, Wanda.
Thank you so much, Right Honourable Speaker, for the opportunity. I also want to thank the Chair for the good report. Right Honourable Speaker and Honourable colleagues, I wanted to talk about the issue of housing of police officers. Right Honourable Speaker, I live in Bunga, I go through Zambia police barracks. And sometimes they had allowed us to use that when there is jam. You go through that barracks. Right Honourable Speaker and Honourable colleagues, you can't believe. So it's high time, Right Honourable Speaker, this country prioritized accommodation for our forces, especially police and the army and prisons. And on the issue of increment of salary of people in uniform, some of us who stay at the border, Right Honourable Speaker, would appreciate the mighty force, UPDF, even the police, what they do in safeguarding this peace we are enjoying in Uganda. It's not by accident, but it's a deliberate move by people in uniform. And lastly, it's on domestic areas by Ministry of Defense. Right Honourable people, there are people who supply Ministry of Defense, even police, even prisons. But payment becomes a problem. Business, people are moving out of business, they have nothing to do, they supply, but they're never paid. And I don't know whether the issue is with the Minister of Finance or Minister of Defense. I beg to submit, Right Honorable.
Honourable members, the issue of accommodation of the police officers is a serious one. I went to Zambia police barracks one time. I actually lost one of my police officers. So I went to the police barracks. And what I saw there was alarming. I wish we could do much to improve on the welfare of police officers. I wish we could really do much. Because these are the people who guard us. These are the people who protect us. They work with us every day. But when they leave a comfort zone of where they are guarding a big person, where they go back, they are sharing a house with more than one family. You're outside there sleeping in the neighbor will impregnate your wife. You see that kind of thing. So, so it is good that we plan for these people. Yes, Ethel.
Thank you so much, Right Honorable. You know, Right Honorable, at times when we face the wrath of the police, at times we just really think of what exactly. But true, when you go where they sleep. And these days, Madam Speaker, I wish to know from the Minister, since he's here, we have these temporary barracks that get established for places like Chira. Right now, there is one at Chira Gombolola. It has not been there, but whereby the UPDF and some few police officers have to reside. These are temporary tents. They have been put there for some moment. How are they handling matters of the bathrooms? At least the washrooms are there because there are some latrines that exist, but you wonder how are they being handled. That's some other key matter we have to do because at times...
What wrath do you feel?
Madam Speaker, I don't want to narrate what I went through during campaign. I don't want. But
no, now we are talking about the welfare.
Yes, it's what I'm insisting on. Because
let's leave alone the issue of the wrath. Because I don't think the police officer will attack you when you don't have a problem.
Thank you so much, Right Honorable. Right Honorable, what you want to insist on is how the polices are catered for as far as deeper into their washrooms and what they use to bathe.
Exactly.
This is what I'm insisting on. At times when they put their temporary barracks at a certain school, at least we are assured the latrines exist. What about the bathrooms? And two, I would also wish to inquire from the minister, how has he gone further to rethink the matter of Uganda prison services, the accommodation that for juveniles? You realize that many times, like what has been ongoing for the Utambala case, before the two juveniles were given bail, they had to reside, they had to have accommodation with the adults. So that's a key matter in many prisons. So we also have to rethink that matter and provide accommodation. I thank you.
Honorable Minister, when these the police officers or the army officers camp somewhere, do you have facilities for them? Do you have mobile facilities for them?
Right Honorable Speaker, when contingencies demand that we make hasty deployments, then we make provision for, if it is food, we have food on wheels, they take them food, they take them water, and we make sure that most times we collocate these deployments with where they can have latrines. Most times.
Okay.
Not to go, I know the insinuation going everywhere to to litter.
At least we've not seen the aspect of littering. Honorable Minister, the issue of having 18 policemen per sub-county. Honorable Tevandeke has just showed me a picture, very ugly picture of the Panga men in this area. I think it has just happened. Can you bring it up?
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Before I talk to the issue at hand, I need to appreciate the chair for the report. But I've earmarked that there are 10 billions suspected to be put for criminal investigations, Right Honorable Speaker. That money is not properly clarified on how it's going to be distributed per polling station opposite.
So you want to do the operation?
No, Right Honorable Speaker, my point is,
we will allocate, like if you allocate money to Parliament, you do not go into operation. We have accounting officers and their work plans. These people have only come with a block figure, but they have work plans attached to that 10 billion. Tell us about the Panga people.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I was only worried of about 185 polling stations, if divisible by the figure. However, Right Honorable Speaker,
that is a problem of overthinking.
The issue of investigation with the police is still pending. For instance, in Kayunga, I've just got information and I've been following it since 2024 to date. The Vijambia men are always moving and they have caused serious harm and even death of some of our people. As I speak now, 15 are reported injured.
What is Vijambia?
Vijambia quoted. Panga. Right Honorable Speaker, as we speak now, 15 are reported affected and 4 of them are dead. Right Honorable Speaker, the 2 have just died recently. And even...
what do you mean by recently?
Just last week. And one was buried in my constituency at Nyondo. Those people have severely reported such cases at the police, but have not got any rescue at all. And when I'm here and I'm seeing a lot of money being allocated for investigation, that's why I was thinking and turning otherwise, that should be scrapped and maybe be put to welfare.
Honorable Minister, I think you need to take up his issue of the Panga people. Give him the information that you are giving me because the minister is here.
Right, Honorable, as you directed, he has given me the report, and we shall follow up on that matter. But also, maybe taking advantage of the microphone, you alluded to, because for him he has said they report but there is no action taken. So I think we shall respond in that direction. But relative to strength, talking about the sub-county model, Right Honorable Speaker, we have the ideal, but with no matching means. So if only we could have, and there are 2 ways to this. Either we go big bang, get the resources, do it at once, or we do it incrementally. So, which is what we are doing because of the resources don't match the ambition we have.
And honorable members, when we are talking about all these wish lists, we should also be looking at our revenue envelope. We would want to do everything at once, but the problem is we are also limited. Yes, not love. I want my DP man.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Thank you, Chair, for the report. Right Honorable Speaker, my attention is drawn to issue of NIRA.
Yeah.
About 6 months before elections, government did us wonders to undertake renewal of national ID.
The IDs.
You recall that 6 months was not enough, so it was extended a bit for 3 months, but interrupted by elections. In my constituency, Madam Speaker, so many people did not have opportunity to renew their national ID. So many students who came back on holidays did not register. But above all, now, as we speak, they are now distributing the IDs that have already been printed. The problem with it, Madam Speaker, is that those who were hired to undertake renewal of national ID, their term has expired, so they went back home. So there are no staff to distribute the printed national ID, and forcing now locals to pay some little money to facilitate privately some of those people. I think, Madam Speaker, it would be good to add some money in this direction so that this very good project is concluded, that everybody have their national ID renewed, but also those who have renewed theirs, pick them. I would recommend that those workers be reinstated, at least for the next 3 months, so that this is concluded properly. I thank you very, very much.
Thank you. Honorable Songo.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, also allow me to thank the chair for being very elaborate. But my problem with your report, there is no consideration of new districts that don't have district police headquarters. Madam Speaker, some of us, our districts, we have those police headquarters which are used at sub-county level. They are the ones which are acting as district police headquarters. And when you go to the new cities, some cities are still having battles between all the districts and the new city where the police headquarters are located and ownership of property. But I would pray that with a phased manner, you would be starting to help us. We don't have this headquarter. Then also, Madam Speaker, through you to the chair, you talked about air cargo. We need the comprehensive statement on air cargo to know the status of air cargo. The last information we got is that there is one plane which is in Jordan for repair. Others are not functioning, but we are talking about buying new ones. That is the NTR for EPDF, if those planes are working. Is the air cargo in functioning or it's not functioning? Then lastly, Madam Speaker, the issue of salaries. Whenever they talk about an increment for teachers, policemen also get excited. Can we know whether the 25% that is coming on the side of my fellow teachers is also embedding police officers? If that one is catered for, to be serious. Then lastly, Madam Speaker, science experts in police are complaining. They call the and
in the forces, not in police.
In the police, okay, I talked to police officers, but now, since you have said the forces, all of them, but UPDF is getting already. It's not. Okay, but can we also, actually, they are complaining that they catered for science specialists in other areas, but in the general forces, they are not catered for. And as you go kindly, Honorable Kajwenji, as you meet the other committee, kindly cater for that, those expatriates, because you will not cater for science on civilians when you are not giving it to the forces. I would pray that that is given attention. And when you are making repairs, Madam Speaker, through your intelligence, they are structures, as we talked about in Zambia, they are dilapidated, but at the construction level, the walls were as big as the sea box. So don't distract, don't destroy. But how would you maintain if your Ministry of Works can confirm and you continue improving on those structures in a modern form, other than destroying them? Yet what you are putting in place is not, does not link up to the other side. Asante sana, General.
Thank you,
Minister.
thank you, honorable members. And pursuant to Rule 156(2), the report is referred to the Committee of Budget for reconciliation, harmonization, and consolidation. Thank you, Chairperson. Next,
The Sectoral Committee on Lands.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. Thank you, Honorable Mara, for the compliment. Honorable members and colleagues, allow me to lay the minutes and the report of the Committee on Lands on budget estimates and ministerial policy statements for the financial year 2026-2027. I beg to lay.
Please lay.
Right Honorable Speaker and Honorable colleagues, the Committee on Lands is mandated under Rule 156(1) to review and consider the ministerial policy statement and budget estimates for the Ministry of Lands, Housing and Urban Development, as well as Uganda Land Commission, which fall under the following programs. 1. Sustainable Urbanization and Housing Program, where the Ministry of Lands, Housing and Urban Development is the lead agency. 2. Sustainable Energy Development, where the Ministry of Land provides technical support and supervision for valuation component of energy development project. 3. Sustainable Extractive Industry Development. Right Honorable Speaker, in addition, the committee is mandated to oversee the land component under natural resources, environment, land and climate program and climate change program. The committee oversees the following votes, Right Honorable Speaker. Vote 12, which is Ministry of Lands, Housing and Urban Development. Vote 156, which is Uganda Land Commission. There are also semi-autonomous agencies which the Ministry of Lands, Housing and Urban Development oversees for policy direction, and these include National Housing and Construction Company Limited, Physical Planners Registration Board, Architects Registration Board, and Surveyors Registration Board. Honorable Member, for the interest of time, allow me to go to page number 5, compliance of the MPS to the Public Finance Management Act. Right Honorable Speaker, the Ministry vote 12 is compliant to the gender and equity by which, and it scored 73%, which is satisfactory. Scored 64%. On climate change responsiveness, the Ministry of Lands scored 57.8%, which is above the pass mark of 50%. Honorable members, allow me to go to page 10. That's vote 12. Right Honorable Speaker, the ministry's total budget is projected to decline significantly by 40% from shillings 336.592 billion in financial year 2025-2026 to shillings 200.623 billion in financial year 2026-2027, as shown in table 5 on page 10. Right Honorable Speaker, the decline in the ministry's overall budget is further explained by the large reduction in the external financing of the Uganda Cities and Municipalities Infrastructure Project, WUSIMID, which is expected to fall from 86.454 billion in financial year 2025-2026 to 21.278 billion in financial year 2026-2027. Honorable members, allow me to go to observations and recommendations in the interest of time. Right Honorable Speaker, the Ministry of Lands, Housing and Urban Development, the committee. Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. The committee notes that the Ministry of Lands and Urban Development is understaffed. The committee was informed that the staffing levels currently stand at 38.2%, and the MZO, Ministry Zonal Offices, which are located in all the 22 zones of Uganda, is also understaffed at 45%, leaving a gap of about 200 out of 584, as referred to in Annex 1 of the report. Therefore, Right Honorable Speaker, the committee recommends that government provides additional funds of 5.28 billion for wage in financial year 2026-2027 to enable recruitment of staff in critical positions. These positions include surveyors, cartographers. They are very critical in our zonal offices. Right Honorable Speaker, the committee noted that there is continued encroachment on gazetted and protected areas such as wetlands, forests, and riverbanks. This is majorly due to absence of comprehensive spatial data and system integration. There is a need to integrate all fragile ecosystems into the Land Information System, LIS, to enable government to effectively conduct, monitor, and enforce all vital ecosystems. Right Honorable Speaker, the committee recommends that government provides 3.5 billion in financial year 2026-27 to survey, demarcate, and map and integrate fragile ecosystems into the Land Information System. Right Honorable Speaker, the committee continues, Uganda continues to face challenges related to unplanned expansion, and this leads to a high cost in infrastructure developments and environmental degradation due to high urbanization growth. Right Honorable Speaker, the committee was informed that the urbanization growth rate stands at 5.2% per annum. This is coupled with low levels of physical planning, which stands at 15.1%. The Ministry of Lands, Housing and Urban Development requires an additional allocation of 220 billion in financial year 2026-2027 to strengthen the physical planning function in the country. The proposed funding will support development and implementation of enforcement of physical development plans aimed at advancing orderly development. The committee observed that that there is a physical planning overlap between the Ministry of Lands, Housing and Urban Development and the National Planning Authority. Right Honorable Speaker, we all know the trade order which is ongoing. If we had planned well and provided enough resources, we would have avoided this instability and the outcry from the public. The committee therefore recommends that government provides 220 billion in financial year 2026-2027 for development and enforcement of physical development plans. The committee further recommends that government harmonizes the existing physical planning mandate overlap between National Planning Authority and the Ministry of Lands and Urban Development. I suggest that after the presentation, Right Honorable Speaker, the Honorable Minister explains more about this mandate clash between the Ministry and the National Planning Authority. Right Honorable Speaker, the committee also observes that the country continues to grapple with issues and complaints of unfair valuation rates. The committee commends the Ministry of Lands and Urban Development for Land Valuation Management Information System, LAVMIS. The system is intended to improve reliability and efficiency of valuation. Improved valuation system such as LAVMIS will enhance fairness and transparency, support compensation for public projects, reduce disputes, and strengthen domestic revenue mobilization through better property-rated assessments. This will also enhance investor confidence and orderly land markets. The committee recommends the government to provide 3.06 billion in financial year 2026-2027 to roll out and operationalization of Land Valuation Information Management System, LAVMIS, and development of the property index. Right Honorable Speaker, the Ministry of Lands and Urban Development developed Land Information System, LIS, under the Competitive and Enterprise Development Project, CEDEP, as an online platform aimed at improving land management procedures for both government agencies and the general public. Honorable members, the ministry developed a system whereby you can use your phone, you put in the details of your land title, and you get to know whether the land has encumbrances or any problem. So, Honorable Minister, Right Honorable Speaker, the committee also went ahead to show in a table on page 23 that this system has from financial year 2013-2014 managed to generate 1.1 trillion Uganda shillings. Therefore, the committee recommends that additional 11 billion be allocated to support this. Honorable Speaker, the committee notes that the distorted, unclear international and national boundaries pose a serious threat to the lives and livelihoods of border communities and disrupts trade along Democratic Republic of Congo and Uganda, Rwanda and Uganda, Kenya and Uganda, South Sudan and Uganda. The Minister of Land informed the committee that currently only 25% of international boundary is affirmed. The demarcate is affirmed and demarcated. Additionally, unclear national boundaries are a greater threat to land registration process in service delivery due to boundary conflicts. The committee observed that the affirmation of clear boundary is critical to reducing boundary conflicts, promoting coexistence among border communities, addressing challenges associated with porous borders, easing land registration, and facilitating the inter-border infrastructure project and development and trade. The committee recommends that government provides 49.834 billion in financial year 26-27 for affirmation of international borders and national boundary. Right Honorable Speaker, the committee, Right Honorable Speaker, the scale up of land, Right Honorable Speaker, the systematic land adjudication and certification is a project under Ministry of Lands and Urban Development. It is aimed at securing land rights for citizens through systematic land adjudication and certification. Systematic adjudication involves the identification and verification of land rights, right holders, and other interested parties in a methodical and systematic manner. The parcel by parcel for large area, and the approach is both supply and demand driven, which goes to the grassroots and it requires a majority of landowners in the village, parish to participate in order to enjoy the economies of scale. Right Honorable Speaker, the committee noted that only 30% of land in Uganda is registered. Therefore, the committee further also noted that most cost drivers of SLAC, systematic land adjudication and certification approach, include the procurement of survey equipments, motorcycles, field vehicles, and facilitation to land management institutions and other stakeholders. The SLAC project currently has a funding gap of 929.334 billion, according to the ministry, requires adequate funding to meet the cost drivers across all districts, district local government and local funding gap. The committee recommends that government commits at least 150 billion per financial year in a period of 5 years for implementation of SLAC in order to close the existing funding gap of 929 billion. Right Honorable Speaker, the Ministry of Lands, Housing and Urban Development informed the committee that there is a need to fulfill the presidential directive and government commitment under the Memorandum of Understanding with the Kingdoms and compensation payments to ranchers under the government restricting program and settlement of court awards. The ministry requires 202.74 billion for land compensation to ranchers, kingdoms, and other compulsory land acquisitions. The committee noted that delay in settlement of presidential directives and government commitments could lead to revaluation, cost awards, and interest, which are costly in the medium term and long term. The committee recommends that government provides 202.74 billion for land compensation to ranchers, kingdoms, and other compulsory land acquisitions. The Ministry of Lands informed the committee that despite the NDP4 set targets and initiatives to reduce the housing deficit, Right Honorable Speaker and members, the housing deficit stands at 2.4 million houses. Therefore, as said by NDP4, there is non-performance achievement to showcase due to continued funding and absence for housing sector. The committee noted that the sector is very critical and central for socio-economic development and GDP contribution to the economy. The Ministry of Land has positioned the National Housing and Construction Company as a key player in sustainable urbanization and housing program. To this development, and therefore, Right Honorable Speaker, the committee observed that there is urgent need to resolve the shareholder challenge. Honorable members, national housing is owned by government of Uganda and the government of Libya. The government of Uganda has 51 shares and the government of Libya has 49 shares. But the government of Libya is absent. The national housing is making profits without, the government of Libya is sharing profits when it is absent. Therefore, the committee requests that we give the share of Libya so that Uganda can enjoy all the benefits. The committee recommends government acquisition of Libyan shares to ease decision-making and general operation of the company. The committee further recommends that government allocate 309 billion required for compensation of Libyan shares in the medium term. Payment of outstanding subscription to Shelter Afrique Development Bank. The government of Uganda is a shareholder in Shelter Afrique Development Bank, a Pan-African development finance institution responsible for funding end-to-end development of affordable housing across African continent. While the development bank has funded housing developments in other African countries, outstanding annual subscription fees have led to limited Shelter Afrique's involvement in funding in Uganda. The committee recommends that government settles the outstanding 21.5 billion arising from unpaid annual subscription fees to unlock 250 billion debt funding to National Housing and Construction Company Limited and other developers. Honorable members, we have gone to vote 156, that is Uganda Land Commission. Operationalization and effectiveness of the land fund. The land fund is established under Section 42 of the Land Act, Cap 236, and it is managed by the committee was informed, honorable members, that land funds continue to focus predominantly on purchasing interest from absentee landlords in Bunyoro, Buganda, Ankole, and Toro with significant balances unpaid for. For example, 85.4 billion in Bunyoro is unpaid, 313.557 in Buganda is unpaid, 38.998 billion in Ankole, 12.283 billion in Toro. The committee recommends that over the years, the funds appropriated by Parliament to Uganda Land Commission for land fund activities have been for acquisition of land, largely to compensate absentee landlords and enable bona fide occupants to secure registered interests on such land. Uganda Land Commission has therefore only been able to execute one aspect of its mandate. Adequate funding is required to enable full operationalization of the land fund. The committee therefore recommends that government through Uganda Land Commission prioritizes funding of land fund so that it is fully operational. Compensation of absentee landlords. The committee was informed that compensation of absentee landlords remains severely unfunded, with an unidentified requirement of 494 billion in financial year 2026-2027 against the provision of only 22.970 billion, leaving a funding gap of 471 billion shillings. The committee noted that this underfunding has resulted in litigation, court awards, eviction of lawful and bona fide occupants, accumulation of domestic areas, and loss of public trust in government, similar to the pattern observed in previous years. The committee recommends that government allocates additional 471 billion to Uganda Land Commission for compensation of absentee landlords in financial year 2026-2027. The subdivision surveys, titling and beneficiaries and sensitization. The committee observed that effective use of land fund requires completion of subdivision surveys, processing of title for lawful and bona fide occupants, and extensive sensitization of beneficiaries, for which Uganda Land Commission requires Uganda shillings 90 billion, but only 3.5 billion was provided, leaving a funding gap of 86.5 billion. The committee notes that failure to undertake these activities have led to continued eviction, insecurity of tenure, and challenges in implementing presidential directives in the land fund area. The committee recommends that government allocates additional 20 billion in financial year 2026-2027 towards subdivision surveys, titling, and sensitization as an initial installment against the 86.5 billion gap, prioritizing regions where land compensation has already been paid but titles have not yet been issued. This is majorly for following up on the money that has been paid to the absentee landlords. Right, Honorable Speaker and colleagues, there is a need for an updated government land inventory. The committee notes that only an estimated 33% of government land is currently titled, and integrated into the digital land administration system, and that Uganda Land Commission is implementing a government land inventory starting with 16 high-pressure cities and municipalities using 3 technical field teams for verification. Surveys, georeference, institutional land. Prioritize this activity starting in financial year 2026-2027. A ring-fenced annual allocation of at least 20 billion should be provided to Uganda Land Commission towards the government land inventory, beginning with the completion of the 16 priority cities and municipalities. Honorable members, there is also a other government land acquisition. The committee observed that Uganda Land Commission requires 100 billion for other government land acquisitions, including land for foreign direct investment, collaboration projects with other governments, for example, Burundi, Dubai, and other agencies such as IGAD, UNOC, among others. Honorable members, the government of Burundi gave the government of Uganda land in the city in Bujumbura to build an embassy. They also want to build an embassy here in Uganda, so we advise that the Parliament looks into this issue. The committee recommends that government allocate 30 billion in financial year 26-27 towards strategic government land acquisition. Construction of Uganda Land Commission office block. The committee noted that Uganda Land Commission requires 30 billion for construction of a purpose-built office block to safeguard sensitive government land records and support government inventory, but no resource have been provided in financial year 26-27 for this investment. The committee recommends that government provides 30 billion in financial year 26-27 for the construction of Uganda Land Commission office block. The Uganda Land Commission bill and institutional capacity. The committee was informed that the commission had a draft bill, ULC bill, which was prepared in 2017. Thank you. I'm going to use the 3 minutes to complete. Due to passage of time, a decision was taken by the ministry's top management to update the principle of the bill, and therefore redraft the bill to address and incorporate the developments that have emerged over this period. To achieve this, a regulatory impact assessment is being undertaken to inform. Therefore, honorable members, the committee recommends that Ministry of Lands, Housing and Urban Development and Uganda Land Commission fast track the processing of the ULC bill. Honorable members and colleagues, you have heard the unfunded priorities in the Ministry of Lands and Uganda Land Commission. To achieve the tenfold strategy, everything that we do is done on the land. We therefore I want to conclude, Right Honorable Speaker and honorable members, that this House considers the ministerial policy statements and the budget estimates for the financial year 2026-27 of the Ministry of Lands, Housing and Urban Development and Uganda Land Commission, and recommend that the report of the Committee on Lands be adopted. Right Honorable Speaker, I beg to move.
Thank you. Thank you, Honorable Chair. You've heard the report. What is crucial is that we need money for absentee landlords. That is what the promise that was made. And then the other thing is we need an updated government land inventory. Honorable Minister, I want to refer you to page 14. and the challenges that are there in lands, increasing land disputes and conflicts arising out of land evictions. Then we have fraudulent land transactions. Then encroachment on public land. Double titling, and then the other thing is non-adherence to fiscal planning regulations and standards as the guidelines. So you need to look at, and then the growing slums, and then an informal settlement in the slum areas. So you need to look at that, Honorable Minister, and see how you handle that issue, because they are very serious issues, and where you need our help, we are available to help you. All the things have been summarized. I don't see why you're standing. Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker.
And I want to urge you, Honorable Minister, when there is any disposal of land belonging to government, to adhere to the Public Finance Management Act, where Parliament has to approve.
Take a note, Right Honorable.
Thank you.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I want to thank the Chair of the committee for the report. Honorable members, the issue raised in our report, they are the real issues right now affecting performance of the ministry, but nonetheless, we are trying to do what is required of us to deliver services. I would begin with physical planning, which is a big challenge. Right Honorable Speaker and members, I would say that physical planning was done by the Ministry of Lands, Housing and Urban Development, working together with the local governments. But during RAPEX, the National Physical Planning Board, the board was removed and it was taken to NPA. When it was taken to NPA, because of the rush, we never harmonized on the roles that would be done within the ministry. Because according to rationalization...
Honorable Judith.
Yes?
Much as the board was removed, but the functions remains yours.
Yes.
It's your mandate.
Yes.
Nobody can take planning away from you.
Yes, Right Honorable.
Yes.
Yes, Right Honorable. Right now what we are doing, we have a bill which is going to be tabled in Cabinet on Monday to come back to this Parliament to make sure that there is clarity on the roles. But another thing that was affecting fiscal planning was the issue of funding. Right Honorable Speaker, in a year, fiscal planning would get less than 1 billion shillings. Yet, according to the laws that were made by this Parliament, the country is a planning area. The entire country is a planning area, meaning that from our villages, we need to plan up to the top. And what we did within this term, which is ending, we managed to deliver on the National Physical Development Plan that would act as a guide. That is a document which we have delivered 2022 to 2040. And having done the National Physical Development Plan as a guide, now the districts, the municipalities, the town councils, and our villages have to follow within the plan that we approved and passed. What we are asking, Right Honorable, right now, that after passing the law, then Parliament and Finance gets us the money. Because fiscal planning should be the activity that is done before anything is put on the land. Even where we are anticipating that in 20 years, this is where we want to be, at least we should have a plan on paper and in an area physically known to all the leaders and the population within that jurisdiction. So that is where we are as on fiscal planning. And what we know, we have already harmonized with the Prime Minister, and now it will be to Cabinet to send us to you so that the bill is executed and passed into a law. The challenges you have talked about in our report, they are the challenges. The land disputes, what we do community engagements. We do community engagements, but also some of the cases are in courts. Where cases are in courts, at times we may not have much to say. We try to engage the Chief Justice and the Principal Judge, but when real action is not taken in courts of law, cases can take between 10 to 15, even 30 years in courts of law without being determined. And when they are still in court, remember, activities can be taken on ground. But what we usually do as a ministry is to write to the District Security Committee to halt whichever transaction is taking place, whichever activity, to leave the status quo as is, so that courts of law can expedite the processes. Where matters are not in courts, we try to mediate and handle. And we have handled so many cases through mediation and engagements with the parties that are involved where disputes are. For the transactions where you have talked about double titling, overlaps, the President told us to introduce what we call blockchain. We believe that blockchain technology is technology that is going to help us to handle the overlaps and the double titling. Because for it uses artificial intelligence, and it can sense where there are overlaps and double titling. So right now, the concept has been developed. The company was already identified, and we are working with them to help us streamline the land registry, to make it digital but also authentic, and a registry that can be believed in by the public and we, the users. Encroachment on public land. Right Honorable Speaker, public land is prone because of the public servants who are in those governments. Because first of all, the District Land Board is responsible for protecting the public land. Then we have the land officers in those districts. And we have the area land committees who are mandated that before giving away any public land, you have to go and inspect. But what you find, if somebody has money, goes to and corrupts all these institutions. And at the end of the day, by the time information comes to us as a ministry, land was given away, and we have to recall that these district land boards are independent and they are constitutionally set up to manage public land. So now what we are trying to do, we want to amend the Land Act so that we streamline on the roles. It is the Right Honourable Speaker to give you that clarification. Is it me? Right Honourable Speaker. So public land encroachment, we need to work together. We need to work together as teams, and UMPs who come from these respective districts where land is being taken, to ensure that at least our eyes are on that land, to ensure that there is protection, but also to ensure that where you need help, you come to the ministry or you go to police for enforcement and also protection. MZOs, Right Honourable Speaker, MZOs do the work that comes from the Area Land Committee and also the District Land Boards. It's a chain. There is the Area Land Committee, that's where the activities begin. From the Area Land Committee, the activities go to the District Land Board. The District Land Board has a composition of all officers who are mandated to manage land. So if they approve and make that approve and send to the MZO, before you blame the MZO, first blame the structure which was given authority to manage land, but at the end of the day, they make a no objection and send the files to the MZO. When such files are sent to the MZO, what the MZO do is to process titles, because they are trusting your agencies, the District Land Boards and also the Area Land Committee.
Honourable Minister, I think what you also need to do is to identify all the land belonging to government and you title it. Title all the land, because you don't need, you are the authority that does the titling, you don't need money to title, a lot of money to title that, apart from small facilitation. So let's first have all that land titled, and so that we know it belongs to government. When you start making noise, when you shout, I will not give you people to talk. Please.
Right Honorable Speaker, we have tried to title some government land, working with the district leaders. And now, what you have heard, titling of public land, we needed some little resources, and it is still an unfunded priority according to the financial year 2026-2027. But that would not stop us from going ahead. We would be doing it, but we are going to be moving at a slow pace because we are constrained with the resource envelope. Another thing I wanted to talk about, encroachment.
Honorable, do you have the inventory of all government land?
That's what we are trying to build, Right Honorable Speaker. We have some information, but we cannot take it to be authentic unless we verify and begin to cross-check whether what has been given to us.
What actually you need to do, land is very precious. And what you may need to do as a committee and the ministry, get the inventory together. And then you'll come and present to this house. Okay? Yes, Honorable Pendusi.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. The clarification I seek, Right Honorable Speaker, is in relation to the part where the chair of the committee talked about compensation for ranchers and kingdoms. Right Honorable Speaker, you're aware, between 1996 and 2006, you are aware between 1996 and 2006, there were several hundreds of IDP camps that were established in Acholi, Lao, and later on in Teso. Right Honorable Speaker, at the time of return and resettlement, the owners of these lands where the IDP camps were established were promised by government that they would be compensated as their land had been terribly depleted or degraded. And government made this commitment, and it's now almost 10 years down the road when no mention is made about this. The clarification I would like to seek is whether the Honorable Minister is aware and whether there is any plan for the ministry to put into action this commitment that was made by the President. Thank you.
The good thing, you're a member of the Budget Committee. You're going to raise that issue in the Budget Committee with the Minister of Finance. What the Minister of Lands is also asking, she's also asking for money. And she's asking for money from finance. So I will refer the report to the committee pursuant to Rule 156.2 for harmonization, reconciliation, and consolidation. And I will want to get a report from on the inventory of the lands and all the issues, all the challenges that have been raised on page 14. You'll need to come with a report to the House on all those issues. I'm the one who mentioned them. I mean that. I have given you all the challenges and they are documented. You come back with what you think we should do on that and what you've done as a ministry. And secondly, these assets, these titles, these lands of government, the minister should work with the Accountant General to ensure that all government entities, you find some land, for instance, land belonging to schools, is land belonging to Minister of Education, is belonging to a Minister of Education. Land belonging to maybe to another ministry, it belongs to a different ministry. So we should consolidate all this and come up with all of that. Next item. The next presenters, I'm giving you 10 minutes.
The Sectoral Committee on Foreign Affairs.
Foreign Affairs. 10 minutes. Why what?
Right Honourable Speaker, in accordance with Section 13 of the Public Finance Management Act, Cap 171, and Rule 155 of the Rules of Procedure of Parliament, I beg to lay the following. 1. Report of the Committee on Foreign Affairs on the Ministerial Policy Statement and Budget Estimates for the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, Vote 006, and Missions Abroad, Votes 501 to Votes 538 for financial year 2026-2027 and the annexes thereto. I beg to lay.
Please lay.
2. The minutes for the committee meetings with the votes. I beg to lay.
Thank you. Please lay.
Right Honourable Speaker and Honourable colleagues, the report of the committee covers the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, Vote 006, and 38 missions abroad, with vote status 501, 538. The ministry and the missions derive their mandates from objectives 28 of the National Objectives and Directive Principles of State Policy of 1995 Constitution of the Republic of Uganda, which sets out the principles which are well entailed on pages 5 and 6. I request members to read because I only have 10 minutes. The ministry executes also functions that are there in the main report. 1. Promotion of regional and international peace and security. Promotion of commercial and economic interests abroad. Honourable members have been complaining of where we are going to get money for funding the budget. This is the area line, commercial and economic diplomacy. Promotion of regional and continental integration. Promotion of adherence to international law and commitments. Strengthening the provision of diplomatic, protocol, and consular services at home and abroad. Honourable members, the strategic objectives of missions are spelled out in their respective ministerial policy statements. If you read through the report, you will be able to check they are well laid there. Compliance with legal requirements under the Public Finance Management Act. So on pages 6 to pages 8 to page 8, you can see table 2 on page 6 to 7 clearly indicating missions that have complied. The Ministry of Foreign Affairs have complied, but missions abroad, quite a number of them have not complied. Madam Speaker, the Ministry of Foreign Affairs informed the committee that the program-based budgeting system did not have a provision for capturing recruitment plans for missions abroad, and this is why the missions did not provide information. And the committee has recommended that public service, in collaboration with the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, with Ministry of Finance, Planning and Economic Development, should create a provision within the program-based budgeting system for capturing recruitment plans for missions abroad to facilitate compliance with the law. Then on gender and equity compliance, members can read on page 8 to 11. There's a table 2 on page 9, which speaks to that. Because of time, I will not go into the detail. Budget allocation, which is on the main report, has it on page 26 to page 32. Budget allocation for financial year 2026-27. Vote 006, Ministry of Foreign Affairs, proposed budget for the financial year 2026-27. The proposed budget for the Ministry of Foreign Affairs for financial year 2026-27, Madam Speaker and honourable colleagues, is Uganda shillings 79.192 billion, including arrears. This reflects a 16% increase compared to the current financial year. The budget will support 6 development programs. Members can read in the details of the report. Our observation as a committee: 1, under the wage category, the ministry's wage allocation for financial 2026-27 is Uganda shillings 20.681 billion, representing a substantial increase of Uganda shillings 6.563 billion from financial year 2025-26. This increment is to support salary enhancements for selected staffs as well as recruitment of 31 new staff members on replacement basis. Madam Speaker, under the non-wage category, the non-wage budget is Uganda shillings 40.497 billion in this coming financial year 26-27, reflecting 23% increase. This increase is intended to bolster operational capacity and support the ministry's mandate. Additionally, only Uganda shillings 1.448 billion has been allocated for the accumulated 90.231 billion to clear arrears related to contributions to international organizations, Madam Speaker and honorable colleagues. Under the Government of Uganda development budget, the ministry's development allocation is 14.744 billion in the coming financial year, representing a significant increase of 76% from the current financial year. The breakdown, Madam Speaker, this is important. 1, 14.190 billion, honorable colleagues, is earmarked for land purchase to extend the ministry's headquarters. The valuation report, when you look at Annex 6, the report is uploaded, you will see the details. Then 2, the remaining development funds will support retooling efforts, including 381 million for light ICT equipment and 0.172 billion for furniture and fittings. Madam Speaker and honorable colleagues, under the external financing, the ministry has been allocated Uganda shillings 1.822 billion for the coordination of the Northern Corridor integration projects. Planned activities include organizing and participating in various summits, cluster meetings, field visits, and infrastructure coordination efforts. Missions abroad, vote 501 to vote 538. 38 missions that Uganda has. The proposed budget for financial year 2026-27 is well contained in pages 33 to page 35. The proposed aggregated budget for missions abroad for financial year 2026-27, Madam Speaker, is 442.493 billion, representing a 9.56 increase compared to the current financial year. The budget will support development programs that are highlighted from A to H. Honorable colleagues can read on pages 33 to page 35. Our observation, Madam Speaker and honorable members, under the wage component, the overall wage budget is projected to increase primarily due to additional allocation for missions in New York, 995 million, Tehran, 357 million, Doha, 172 million, and Berlin, 249 million. The increments are to support the recruitment of new local staff and address wage shortfalls. Then under the non-wage category, Madam Speaker and honorable members, the total budget is projected to increase by 2.54%, Uganda shillings 7.920 billion from Uganda shillings 303.295 billion in the financial year 2025-26 to 311.215 billion in the financial year 2026-27. 15 missions have received additional funding, while 10 missions have maintained their current budgets. However, Madam Speaker and colleagues, 13 missions including Ottawa, Abuja, Washington, Cairo, Addis Ababa, Riyadh, Rome, Berlin, Moscow, Juba, Bujumbura, Kuala Lumpur, and Mombasa have experienced budget.
Have a mission in Rome?
Yes, right, Honorable Speaker.
Do we have a mission in Rome?
Yes.
It is in Berlin.
Madam Speaker.
In Rome, we use Berlin.
Madam Speaker, we have a mission.
No.
And you got a budget cut under economic and commercial
That
diplomacy.
is Italy.
Italy.
Italy. Rome does not have, unless you want to, you're opening a mission in Rome. I am.
Italy. In this list, I did not read Rome.
Italy is not Rome. I am just a regular visitor there, so.
We have a mission in Rome.
No, we don't.
An ambassador there as well.
No, we don't. The mission for Rome is the one in Berlin. The ambassador of Italy is not the ambassador for Rome. I am just making a small correction because I am a regular visitor there.
Thank you.
Because when we are going to Rome, we have to have the ambassador of Berlin. But I know there is a proposal to have a Vatican embassy.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I was reading under non-wage category where I read the list of different missions abroad, and I read
Rome.
Among them, Rome, separate.
Which we don't
Berlin,
have.
separate.
Yes.
And Moscow, separate, and the others.
Rome should be replaced with Italy. We don't have in Rome.
We have an ambassador there.
No, we don't.
Right, Honorable Speaker, maybe you're talking of Vatican.
The embassy we have in Berlin is the one overseeing Rome.
Right, Honorable Speaker, just from the records
The
here.
ambassador of the ambassador that we have in Italy. There is a difference between Italy and Rome.
Oh, right, Honorable Speaker.
Yes.
Ambassadors are accredited to countries, it is true, not to cities. I agree with you partially. But Uganda has an embassy in
Italy.
Rome representing which hosts the Ugandan embassy that represents the interests of Uganda in Italy as a country.
In Italy.
Yes, but what I don't know is the one of the Vatican, because the Vatican is an independent country and government. Whereas the Vatican is also encompassed in Rome as a city, but it's an independent country.
That one is managed by Benin.
All right. Maybe you want one for Vatican in particular.
Please go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move to observations and recommendations. The Minister in his response will also clarify that, as well as the papers of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. Madam Speaker, on observations and recommendations, 4006, Ministry of Foreign Affairs. 1. Funds for contribution to international organizations. Members, look at page 36 and 37. The committee is gravely concerned about Uganda's persistent failure to fulfill its financial obligation to these organizations. As of December 2025, Uganda's arrears stood at 90.231 billion. It's in Annex 10. And only 1.448 billion has been allocated towards clearing these arrears in the coming financial year, Madam Speaker, leaving a balance of 88.783 billion. Additionally, no funds have been allocated for annual assessment contribution, totaling to 25.54 billion Uganda shillings in the year 2026-27 financial year, implying that Uganda's arrears will continue accumulating, Madam Speaker and honorable colleagues. We recommend that the committee recommends, therefore, that the Ministry of Foreign Affairs be allocated additional funding of 88.783 billion Uganda shillings to clear the outstanding arrears, and Uganda shillings 25.45 billion for payments of annual subscriptions, contributions as the obligation to international organizations, Madam Speaker. 2. Uncoordinated participation in international engagement, Madam Speaker. On page 37, the committee is concerned about the uncoordinated participation by different MDAs in international engagements, In some cases, this has led to situations where Uganda sends parallel and large delegations to international meetings, resulting in unnecessary public expenditure and undermining the country's international reputation. For instance, Madam Speaker, the UN General Assembly, the 78th session, 2023, you all know, colleagues, what happened. So the committee recommends that the Ministry of Foreign Affairs strengthens its coordination and oversight role in the country's participation in international engagements. Madam Speaker and colleagues, absence of documented foreign policy, which is on page 8, the committee reiterates its concern that Uganda has not yet developed a comprehensive and documented foreign policy to guide the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, missions abroad, and diplomatic staff in conducting bilateral and multilateral engagements. We reiterate our recommendation that the Ministry of Foreign Affairs expedites the consultations and finalizes the foreign policy. Madam Speaker, absence of diaspora policy. On page 38, Uganda lacks a policy framework for structured and meaningful engagement with its diaspora. This has resulted in inconsistent prioritization of diaspora matters across missions, thereby limiting opportunities to fully leverage the diaspora's contribution to national development. We recommend that the Ministry of Foreign Affairs expedites the finalization of the diaspora policy in order to provide coherent, coordinated, and strategic framework for diaspora engagement by both the ministry and missions abroad. Madam Speaker, failure to lay international agreements before Parliament. So on page 38 to page 39, the committee notes with concern the persistent failure by Ministry of Foreign Affairs to lay before Parliament international agreements entered into by the government of Uganda, as required by Section 4 of the Ratification of Treaty Act, Cap 190, and Rule 41, Sub-Rule 1 of the Rules of Procedure of Parliament. We therefore recommend that Foreign Affairs strictly adheres to the provision of these sections I have stated, by ensuring that all international agreements, including protocols, are laid before Parliament within 90 working days of signing or of their conclusions. Then funding for economic and commercial diplomacy in financial year 2026-27 from pages 41 to 45. The government has earmarked 103.5 billion for economic and commercial diplomacy, representing a reduction of 13% compared to last year. Madam Speaker, 196 billion is allocated to 34 missions abroad, 5.5 billion to the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, and 2 billion to the Ministry of Finance, Planning and Economic Development for coordination of the economic and commercial diplomacy program. Ministry of Foreign Affairs informed the committee that allocation of funding was based on half-year performance. Madam Speaker, the committee, however, observed that some missions which were ranked among the high performers experienced reduction in their ECD allocations. For instance, the mission in Juba, which was ranked among the high performers in Africa, had allocation reduction from 2 billion to 1 billion, while the mission in Brussels, which was ranked high in Europe, experienced reduction from 3.2 billion to 2 billion. Madam Speaker, the committee recommends that the Ministry of Foreign Affairs enhance transparency in the allocation of ECD funds by ensuring that the criteria used for allocation is clearly communicated, well understood by all missions, and consistently applied across all missions abroad. Then mission not allocated funds for economic and commercial diplomacy, 2026-27, Madam Speaker, on pages 43 to 45. 5 missions, namely still Rome, which you've guided on, Luanda, Havana, Khartoum, New York, have not been allocated any funding for economic and commercial diplomacy. Madam Speaker, the mission, according to the Ministry of Foreign Affairs in Rome, the mission which previously had economic and commercial diplomacy allocation of 2 billion in the financial year 2025-26 was not allocated any ECD funding in this financial year. The Ministry of Finance, Planning and Economic Development, we recommend that they should reinstate the allocation of 2 billion for the mission in Rome because it was among the high-ranking performers. Madam Speaker, despite being mission in Luanda, the mission informed the committee that Angola imports most of its food, which presents a significant opportunity for the promotion of Uganda exports. Mission in Khartoum, Sudan, is accredited to Eritrea Morocco, and Chad, presenting additional opportunities for ECD, Madam Speaker. Mission in Havana, significant potential in Cuba, particularly in science and technology, healthcare, education, which could greatly, Madam Speaker, harness our potentials as a country. We recommend that mission in Luanda and Havana should each be allocated, which were initially allocated 500 million, should be added more money, Madam Speaker. As I draw towards conclusion, accumulation of domestic area by mission in New York. On page 45 to 46, the mission in New York informed the committee that they have a domestic arrears amounting to 3.08 billion, arising from unpaid steam and electricity bills for Chancery Building, as well as outstanding property taxes, colleagues. The mission indicated that these arrears were disclosed in its financial statement for financial 2023-24, 24-25, and that all relevant documents were submitted for verification to the ministry. The committee recommends that the Ministry of Foreign Affairs verifies the arrears and thereafter submit them to Ministry of Finance for prioritization. Then additional funding for Uganda participation in African Union Peace and Security Council meetings. Madam Speaker, on page 46, we recommend that the mission in Addis Ababa be allocated additional 500 million because they require 1 billion. They have only made provision for 500 million, Madam Speaker. Then contingency plan for missions in volatile security environments. The committee notes that DRC, Sudan are operating in increasingly volatile and unpredictable security environments. In addition, missions in United Arab Emirates, Qatar, Saudi Arabia, which were previously considered secure, are now exposed to security risk arising from the ongoing conflicts in Iran. The Ministry of Foreign Affairs presented contingency plan aimed at ensuring the safety and security of diplomatic staff and Ugandan nationals and to guarantee the continuity of missions operations. The committee urges the mission to remain on high alert to take appropriate contingency measures in the event of any escalation in the security situation in order to guarantee the safety and security of diplomatic staff, their families, and Ugandan nationals within those accredited areas. Then proposed temporary relocation of operations of our mission in Tehran because of the security situation there. The committee accordingly recommends that the government considers temporarily relocating the operations of our mission in Tehran to any of the countries of accreditation until the security situation in Iran normalizes, Madam Speaker. Honorable colleagues, delayed settlement of the compensation claimed by diplomatic staff in Khartoum. Madam Speaker, page 49, during consideration of the MPS financial year 25-26, the mission in Khartoum informed the committee that 5 of its diplomatic staff lost personal properties, including vehicles, clothing, and other things. Madam Speaker, during the war in Sudan in April 2023, following the incident, the mission submitted compensation claim to the Ministry of Foreign Affairs amounting to 518 million. However, to date, the claim has not been catered for. We recommend that the Office of the Chief Government Valuer expedites the valuation process of the properties of the affected staff so that they are compensated. Then, Madam Speaker, additional funding for renovation of mission property. The mission in Pretoria requires 2.5 billion for renovation of the official residence. The property has a leaking roof. The committee visited Pretoria, experienced this, and therefore we recommend an additional 2.5 billion be allocated to the mission in Pretoria to facilitate urgent renovation of the official residence. And Right Honourable Speaker, additional funding for retooling of missions. Vehicles for missions in Kigali, mission in Havana, and ICT equipment in Pretoria, furniture fittings for missions. Madam Speaker, our mission in Abu Dhabi, the figures are well stated in the report with Annex 18. Madam Speaker, our mission in Ankara, the mission requires 200 million for furniture fittings. We made a general recommendation that the mission in Kigali be allocated an additional 225 billion for procurement of the utility van. Then, Madam Speaker, mission in Havana be allocated 300 million for the procurement of hybrid van. Madam Speaker, the committee recommends that the mission in Pretoria be allocated additional 36 million for equipment, to effectively conduct meetings Madam Speaker, the committee recommends the mission in Abu Dhabi to be allocated 1.224 billion for furnishing the newly acquired official residence. And finally, our mission in Ankara, 0.200 billion for replacement of obsolete furniture to preserve Uganda's image abroad, Madam Speaker. Funds for consular assistance to distressed Ugandans. Madam Speaker, pages 55 and 56. Colleagues, when you read through, this issue has been surfacing in this parliament time and again, distressed Ugandans. The committee notes that the missions in Riyadh, New Delhi, Kuala Lumpur have an exceptionally high demand for consular services due to the large population of Ugandan migrants. Madam Speaker, workers in the Middle East and the increasing cases of human trafficking in some parts of Asia. We therefore recommend that the mission be allocated additional funding in the financial 26-27 as follows. Riyadh be allocated Uganda shillings 220 million for the establishment of a shelter for distressed Ugandans or in major cities across countries of accreditation, and Uganda shillings 250 million for procuring a law firm to represent 300 Ugandans in prison and migrant workers with labor-related disputes, Madam Speaker. Mission in New Delhi be allocated 1.2 billion for repatriation and other costs for over 300 Ugandans girls who overstayed there. The committee met these girls, interacted with them, they are in need of coming home, Madam Speaker. The mission in Kuala Lumpur be allocated 500 million for rescuing over 1,000 Ugandans trafficked to Asian countries under the mission's area of accreditation, especially Cambodia and Myanmar, Madam Speaker. Then staffing gaps at the mission on page 57. Colleagues, the recommendation is that the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and Ministry of Public Service should expedite the review of staffing structure for missions abroad and thereafter engage the Ministry of Finance, Planning and Economic Development to secure the necessary budgetary allocation for filling critical positions in subsequent financial year. Then absence of substantive heads of mission, Madam Speaker. The committee is concerned about the continued absence of substantive heads of missions in Nairobi, Tehran, Abuja, Ottawa. This situation undermines the effectiveness of these missions as it limits their ability to engage in the highest diplomatic levels and negotiations and agreements and make timely and independent decisions. Madam Speaker, on this particular one, we recommend that the Ministry of Foreign Affairs continues to engage the appointing authority on the need to appoint substantive heads of missions for the above-mentioned missions, Madam Speaker. Then, Madam Speaker, allowance for home-based staff travel allowance, Madam Speaker, the rates that are decided upon in the country does not. Madam Speaker, the missions have requested the committee that the night allowance rate equivalent to $30, which is applicable to officers traveling within Uganda, and which the Auditor General expected the missions to apply, was inadequate given the high cost of living in many of the capitals of the host countries. The Minister of Foreign Affairs informed the committee that it brought this matter to the attention of Permanent Secretary, Minister of Public Service, and was awaiting response. The committee recommends that the Minister of Public Service provides clear guidance to missions on the applicable night allowance rates for inland travel within the host country. The rates should be reasonable, reflecting the cost of living in the host countries. Madam Speaker, delayed allocation of land to the government of Burundi on page 56 and 60. The committee notes that the chancery for the mission in Bujumbura, Burundi, was constructed on land donated by government of the Republic of Burundi in 2021, on the understanding that government of Uganda would also allocate land to the government of Burundi in Uganda for the construction of its chancery. However, to date, the government of Uganda has not reciprocated, Madam Speaker. The committee recommends that the government, through the relevant ministries and agencies, expedites the allocation of suitable land to the government of the Republic of Burundi in fulfillment of the reciprocal arrangement and to further strengthen the cordial bilateral relations between the two countries, Madam Speaker. Right, Honorable Speaker and Honorable colleagues, the proposed I now move to conclude. The proposed increase in the Ministry of Foreign Affairs budget by 16% from 69.2 Speaker in the aggregated budget for the missions abroad from 400,199 billion to Uganda shillings 442.493 billion is a significant step towards addressing the operational needs of the foreign service sector and strengthening the capacity of the ministry and its missions to effectively execute their mandates, in particular the continued allocation of funds for ECD, Madam Speaker, which is going to help a lot the missions to deliver to their mandate and the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. However, the committee notes that critical funding gaps persist, particularly the areas such as Uganda's subscriptions to international organizations, as well as the operational and retooling needs of the missions. Addressing these gaps, Madam Speaker, is critical, ensuring effective service delivery and optimal performance of the ministry and missions abroad. Madam Speaker, I beg to move the report of the committee be adopted. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Honorable Chair, for the report. Very comprehensive report. I want to thank you so much. This report is referred to the Committee of Budget for reconciliation, harmonization, and consolidation. The funding gaps will be handled at the Budget Committee. Thank you so much, Honorable Chair. Yes. East Africa.
The Sectoral Committee on East African Community Affairs.
East Africa has only one vote and has 5 minutes.
One woman, Kita Samba,
Madam Speaker, permit me to lay on table the report on and minutes of the Committee on East African Community Affairs on the Ministerial Policy Statement for financial year 2026-27 for the Ministry of East African Community Affairs.
Please lay. Thank you.
Madam Speaker, the Ministry of East African Community Affairs was established in 2007 by Article 8, 3A of the East African Community Treaty, as amended, which enjoins partner states to establish ministries responsible for East African community affairs. According to the treaty, the regional integration process is envisaged to proceed through 4 pillars, namely customs union, common market, monetary union, and political federation. Madam Speaker, on the issue of the Ministry's program objectives, the 4th National Development Plan approved 18 programs for the period 25-26, 29-30, aligned with the program-based planning approach. The Ministry contributes to the achievement of 3 key National Development Program 4 programs, namely governance and security, private sector development, and agro-industrialization. Madam Speaker, the budget provision for financial year 26-27 is 50 billion, 50 billion, 4.63 billion, I beg your pardon, compared to 46.120 billion in financial year 2025-26, thus reflecting an increase of 9.4%. This increase is mainly attributed to increase in non-wage by 15.1% from 39 billion, 8.22 billion to 45.639 billion. The additional funding under non-wage recurrent is to cater for operations of the planning as well as to address the funding gap for the minister's mandatory activities which had previously been underfunded. There is an increase in wage of 41.8% to 2.229 billion shillings in financial year 26 to 27. The development budget has also increased from 0.093 billion to 2 billion to 2.393 billion. Madam Speaker, the summary of vote estimate by program indicate that MEACA or the ministry will receive Uganda shillings 400 million as recurrent budget, and the agro-industrialization program 1.73 billion Uganda shillings as recurrent budget. Under the private sector development program and under the governance and security program, Uganda shillings for 48.33 billion for recurrent, as well as 0.093 million for development. Madam Speaker, by the end of Q2, the ministry had received Uganda shillings to 24.747 billion, a wage of 0.914 billion, non-wage 23.802 billion, development Uganda shillings 0.031 billion, and arrears of 0.22 billion shillings. This represents, Madam Speaker, 53.7% of the total budget, approved budget. Of the released funds for Q2, 94.2% was utilized. Overall, 23.33 billion shillings was spent out of the 24.769 billion Uganda shillings, reflecting a 53.7% budget absorption rate. The underutilization of funds was primarily due to delays in submission of required documents for pension, gratuity, beg your pardon, Madam Speaker, the total approved budget was Uganda shillings 46.12 billion. What has been released so far is indicating an overall release rate of 53.7%. 0.190 billion budget was spent on agro-industrialization, 0.70 was spent on private sector development, and 0.810 on governance and security. Madam Speaker, the key achievements for half the year relate to coordinated participation in a number of conferences and summits, coordination, national participation in concept development conference, regional meetings that were undertaken, and so on. The principal challenges, Madam Speaker, relate to under-release of funds, continuous increase in prices from inflationary pressures, inadequate resources to undertake effective public awareness, slow pace of ministries, departments, and agencies in amending their respective national laws, and failure by Uganda to attend some regional meetings due to lack of enough resources. Madam Speaker, the committee has made the following observations and recommendations. On Performance Indicator Action Plan, the committee recommends that the Ministry of East Africa, together with the Ministry of Finance and Economic Development and National Planning Authority, reviews the indicators to ease tracking them. On Kiswahili, Madam Speaker, the committee recommends that the budget provisions for Kiswahili language popularization be increased. On payment of East African Community gratuity and pension for former employees of East African Community, the committee recommends that the Auditor General expedites the re-verification process for the former employees of defunct East African Community organs to enable them access their payment. On Mediation Agreement Act 1984, Madam Speaker, the committee recommends that the Attorney General, together with the Ministry, come up with regulations to offer guidelines on payment of pensioners of the defunct East African Community. On non-payment, on non-operational East African Community Protocol on Peace and Security, the committee recommends that the government advocates for cooperation between partner states through cooperation frameworks, as well as binding agreements to all partner states. There is also need to form joint patrols operating in border areas to curb border conflicts and smuggling. On non-operational customs union and common market, Madam Speaker, the committee recommends that the Ministry fast-tracks removal of both tariff and non-tariff barriers across member states to ease the cost of doing business within partner states, which will widen the market. It also should advocate for sanctions and punitive actions towards non-compliance to ESC protocols and policies. The committee further recommends that the Ministry fast-tracks the removal of these non-tariff barriers across the region to allow free trade within the region. On payment of East African Community Legislative Assembly legislators by respective member states, the committee recommends that this new development requires that the Ministry of Finance provides adequate budget to address this emerging issue. Madam Speaker.
Honorable Member, if the members of Parliament of Yala are to be paid locally, doesn't that money go to Parliament? We just need a clarification. Does it go to Minister of East African Affairs or it goes to Parliament so that they are paid together with other parliamentarians?
Madam Speaker, that is a very recent development. I think those concerned have not given direction about what exactly.
Because that is under legislation.
It is. Madam Speaker, on several barriers faced by agriculture and livestock cross-border trade, the committee recommends that the ministry works hand in hand with Ministry of Agriculture, Animal Industry and Fisheries under the Agro-Industrialization Program to fast-track establishment of testing laboratories, to deploy quality assurance managers from relevant agencies for verification of goods at the borders. There is also a need, Madam Speaker, to construct quality control infrastructure for handling agricultural exports at inspection points, National Agricultural Food Safety Laboratory and support centers, export animal quarantine, holding ground and abattoir facilities, land border quarantine stations, land border export inspection facilities. And in addition, Madam Speaker, there is need to empower agricultural officers to be able to issue agricultural export certificates to ease the cost of doing business by traders. On poor state of infrastructure, which causes delays in clearing, Madam Speaker, the committee recommends that government allocates resources to improve the road network across borders, as well as revamp the railway network to enhance trade among partner states, and government also should increase staffing at border posts in order to ease movement of goods, people, and tourists. Madam Speaker, on lack of automated one-stop border posts, the committee recommends that the one-stop border posts be automated and equipped with adequate personnel to man them to ease trade among the border states. Madam Speaker, on limited awareness about the existence and benefits of ESC integration, the committee recommends that the ministry holds localized media campaigns in local languages in order to sensitize the population, who include small-scale traders, about the benefits of integration. Madam Speaker, on digital connectivity gaps, the committee recommends that the member countries fully operationalize one network area within ESC to ensure seamless and effective communication, which is critical for business and overall regional integration. Madam Speaker, on closed skies in the community, within the community, the committee recommends liberalization of the aviation market, so to open the skies of the community. The region should shift from restrictive bilateral agreements to a multilateral liberalized aviation market, and the primary remedies should focus on policy alignment, cost reduction, and operational integration. Madam Speaker, last but not least, the committee recommends that the minister should advocate for full single African air transport market implementation, where member states are urged to move beyond signing the African air transport market and the Yamoussoukro decision and actually operationalize them. Madam Speaker, Uganda is currently the chair of the Heads of State Summit. This development has additional responsibilities for Uganda. For this reason, the ministry needs to be supported by providing the funding gap of 10.85 billion Uganda shillings to support the ministry. The ministry's budget will strengthen further integration efforts with other partner states. Madam Speaker, the committee recommends that Parliament adopts this report and approves the budgetary estimate as follows for financial year 2026-27. Madam Speaker, I pray that the members will support, this House will support the statement as given now. I beg to move, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. Thank you, Chairman. Honorable members, you've had a report on Miaka. We refer this report to the Committee of Budget for Harmonization, Consolidation, and Reconciliation. Thank you.
The Sectoral Committee on Presidential Affairs.
On Education. Presidential has just entered.
The Sectoral Committee on Education and Sports.
So for you people, you're seated out thinking that you'll just come in to present. Huh?
Madam Speaker.
You mean inside is too hot that you people can't sit inside?
I would like to lay down the minutes from the Committee on Education and Sports during our budget process. The reports for the Committee on Education and Sports on the Ministerial Policy Statement and budget estimates for financial 26, 27, 2030 to 2031. Madam Speaker, I'm going to begin on page 15. The rest are just narrations. Page 15, we look at half-year performance for Vote 013, Minister of Education and Sports, for financial 25-26 in the Education, Sports and Skills program. Madam Speaker, when we go to page 17, what is clear there I would like to mention is about operationalization of Soga and Bunyoro universities. And this one is something that I must report as per that page, that Soga University is almost complete and awaiting for operationalizing, and Bunyoro University has construction to take place. Madam Speaker, page 18 is about TVET assessment and also about operationalization or operational status of the TVET Council. And then the other is about National Examination Board. And we also looked at the provision of student loan schemes. That is on page 19, page 18. Page 19, we talked about rehabilitation of traditional secondary schools and 31 special needs education in primary schools. Madam Speaker, let me rush to recommendations, observations and recommendations, but I'll be reading about recommendations. Page 28, we have several, before 28, 27, several votes. The first vote is vote 13, 013, Education and Sports Ministry, where we observed that the external funding to development projects of Uganda shillings 138.21 billion and 69.01 billion for operationalization of UNITE and the TVET Council. Vote 164, National Council for Higher Education, and there we observed that 18 billion was for infrastructure development. National Council for Sports for AFCON preparation activities, which was 122.89 billion, but that one has been revised. 169, Uganda Vocational and Technical Board, Assessment Board. Vote 170 for UPAB, 9.1 billion. Makerere University, we looked at the infrastructure development, where it required 67.01 billion. Vote 03, vote 302, Mbarara University, 3 billion for construction. Vote 303, Makerere University Business School, we looked at the support for infrastructure development, for research, 23 billion. Vote 304, Chambogo University, for evidence-based research of 3 billion. Busitema University, support research and innovation, also 3 billion. Muni University, vote 306, of 30 billion for the teaching hospital. Vote 307, Kabale University, for expansion of medical school, Uganda shillings 5 billion. Vote 308, Soroti University, construction of school of Engineering, 10 billion. And vote 309, Gulu University Infrastructure Development of the Senate Building, Storage Facility, and Lecture Theatres at 10 billion. Lira, vote 310, completion of university infrastructure of 10 billion. Mountain of the Moon for construction of the Faculty of Agriculture and Environmental Science, 10 billion. And then 612 for local government. That was construction or enhancement for primary and arts teachers, which was 535.01 billion. Now, when we move to page 29, I think those are narrations. Page 30, those are tables you can read. I'm rushing to go to our recommendations. So I look at key planned activities of 26-27. Vote 013, Minister of Education and Sports. The narration is there. Vote 111, National Curriculum Development Center. We have the narration. Vote 128, Uganda National Examinations Board. Here we note that the board, no funds were provided for marking of the new secondary school curriculum papers. And last time, the markers rioted, and here there is need to add UNEB money, like we are going to make proposals. Education Service Commission, the committee was informed that the commission is also working closely with the chief administrative officers to ensure that human resource, there is that coordination between Minister of Education, COWS officers, and then the Education Service Commission when it comes to human resource recruitment. National Council for Education, the narration is there. Vote 169, Uganda Vocation and Technical Assessment Board. The narration is there. National Council for Sports, operationalization of Hoima City Stadium and related facilities. The narration is there. Vote 170, Uganda Health Professionals Assessment Board. You look at the narration. Vote 301, Makerere University. The details are there. Vote 302, Mbarara University of Science and Technology. You can read. Vote 303, Makerere University Business School. You read on that page. Kiambogo University, the same story. Busitema University, we have such narration. Muni University, you look at the completion of the construction of multi-purpose health science lab and the rest. Kabale University, vote 307, narration is there. Soroti University, Gulu University, Lira University, Uganda Management Institute, vote 13313, Mountain of the Moon. You can read. Observations. Madam Speaker, we had general observations, and it was observed that the sub-program was allocated 989.82 billion at the time of finalization of the draft estimates. And of course we have the U-learning there, the AFCON narration is there. However, there are key critical activities within the sub-program that remain unfunded, yet are critical in the attainment of the set targets within the 5-year NDP4. These are implementation of free and compulsory UPE, which continues to be underfunded at 309.16 billion. recommendation, the committee recommends that the Ministry of Finance funds the various votes under the sub-program in time within the first half of the financial year to ensure timely financing towards the planned activities in order to achieve the set targets. And finance also is urged to allocate additional 309.16 billion towards the implementation of free and compulsory primary education, and Uganda shillings 14.95 billion towards the implementation of free use and youth-led education. And Ministry of Finance is also urged that it allocates additional 66.30 billion and 21 billion towards the grant aiding of 100 secondary schools in sub-counties without, and 300 primary schools in the parishes without government runs, respectively. So the Minister of Finance is also urged to release funds to the TVET Council to promptly avoid any challenges in the transition to the TVET Act because of limited funding to the Council. Vote 013, Minister of Education and Sports. Madam Speaker, we recommend that the committee recommends that an additional 5.11 billion be provided by the Ministry of Finance to cater for these increments and supplement its efforts towards vocational skilling as envisaged to National Development Plan 4. B, the repurposing of non-core PTCs into the 8 health training institutions and 8 TVET institutions. Recommendation, the committee recommends that finance allocates 65.78 billion towards the repurposing of the 16 non-core PTCs into 8 health training institutions, 7 TVET institutions, and 1 seed secondary school. C, increment in unit cost of the training grants and indentures, internship fees in health training institutions. The committee recommends that the Ministry of Finance provides 19.98 billion for an increment in unit cost for training grants and indenture, internship fees for 10,000 trainees in 20 health training institutes at a cost of 3 million per learner per year. For limited funding of teacher and learners inspection, the committee recommends that the finance allocates additional 8.10 billion for the enforcement of teacher and learners inspection using electronic systems. Another observation we made was about special needs education, and especially the teachers, which is referred to as inclusive education. The committee recommends that the Ministry of Education treats this as a matter of urgency, carry out a rapid survey of what is required in schools countrywide, and further engage in Education Service Commission and Finance to recruit and subsequently provide wages for such a cadre of teachers to support special needs education. Madam Speaker, I would like to mention here that in Chambogo College School, there are 100 SNE, or special needs students, but only 2 teachers who are not on the government payroll. So you can see how there's a need for the special needs teachers. About operationalizing of Bunyoro University, the committee recommends that the Ministry of Finance provides an additional 87.50 billion to operationalize Bunyoro University and establish facilities and core staffing. Then operationalizing Busoga University, the committee recommends that the Ministry of Finance provides an additional...
Before you go far on that one,
yes, Madam.
On the 12.5 that was given, as the construction started?
Madam Speaker, they are at a design level, and of course they are the challenge of getting adequate land. So that is the Bunyoro University.
What about the land in Chikube?
Madam Speaker, what the committee was informed that the matter of land was now settled, so they are now in preparation for construction.
Let the Honourable Minister give us more information.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I want to confirm to the House that the land for Bunyoro University was identified.
Florence, are you listening?
We even commissioned it. Formerly, the President was there, and the Minister of Education and Sports, they launched the commission of the construction of the university, and I'm happy the Chair, according to the report, is already government earmarked 12.5 billion for the works to begin. So if it's about land, we have the land. It is there.
For
Thank
us,
you.
we want to find out how far has it gone. If the money was there, what has the 12.5 done so far?
Madam Speaker, as far as I'm concerned, that money was already earmarked to the governing council, which governing council is working on the design, and at the same time we are finalizing on the contractor to get down on the ground. There are two companies which had been earmarked based on the guidance given to us. That is either UPDF Engineers Brigade or the National Enterprise Corporation. So that is where we are. But what I can promise the House, that the works will begin as soon as possible. What I was requesting, of course, that we needed almost an investment of about 100 billion, but what's available now is about 12.5 billion. I thank you.
How much has finance given you on Bunyoro University?
Madam Speaker, what finance has given now is for the next financial is about 12.5 billion.
How much?
12.5.
Additional 12.5.
Yes.
Okay. And how much has been given for Bunyoro, for
Busoga University, if I
Busoga?
may answer for him, is 19.5 billion.
Okay.
So, Madam Speaker, for the two universities, Busoga University is now ready for operationalization according to what we have seen in the National Council for Higher Education as is provided. So we're waiting for a resolution from Honorable Guang that the university can start.
So when do we have that resolution? Because we have children who cannot move to
Madam Speaker, I want to pledge that the resolution will come out within the course of this month. I promise on behalf of my senior minister. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. That was on Busoga and Bunyoro University. Then, rehabilitation of UPDF formal educational schools. Madam Speaker, allow me make an emphasis that when budgeting, we have always glossed over the issue of the UPDF schools and even the police schools, that they are really in a dire state. And last time they had only 39, but nothing was done. So the committee recommends that finance allocates 54.5 billion in a phased manner within an initial allocation of 10 billion under the MTEF to ensure sustained improvements focused on providing quality and sustainable education for all students. I'm not going to mention about the police primary schools where land grabbing is taking place, where there is a lot of... Madam Speaker, we were in Chibuli school.
It is not only police, even other schools like in Nakasero.
Madam Speaker, it is very okay, but what perturbed the committee in Zambia police children's school, the goons come and even grab shoes from the pupils. Yes. And yet it is on police land and the policemen are nearby. So that is something that, Madam Speaker, we propose that the Committee of Education and the Committee of Defense and Internal Affairs sit jointly and look for a solution. It's a bit, the head teacher tells you that they come and grab shoes and even shirts.
And do what with it?
They take away and
the land.
Kids, yes.
The land.
No, the land. The land is not grabbed yet, but that's where it is like.
Okay.
Okay, let's continue, Madam Speaker. Examination. These are examination bodies. Vote 170. The Health Professionals Assessment Board. The committee recommends that finance allocates an additional 2.67 billion to UPAB, and the with the Sector Skills Expert Committee and TVET providers to update the curriculum. 2, the committee recommends that the Ministry of Finance provides additional 1.04 billion for conducting research to inform the assessment and curriculum development functions of the board. Madam Speaker, the other one is about infrastructure and institutional capacity. The committee recommends that the finance allocates 10 billion in financial 26-27 to kickstart the construction of an office block for the board, which will house its offices, simulation labs, and specialized equipment. Another one is about digitalization of the board operations. The committee recommends that the finance allocates 1.95 billion in financial 26-27 to the board to acquire IT equipment to ensure digitalization of curriculum development and assessment. Vote 169, UVTAB, the committee recommends that the Ministry of Finance provides additional 13.03 billion to address underfunding on the mandate of TVET curriculum development. Vote 128, Uganda National Examinations Board. The committee recommends that Finance provides 8.3 billion for assessing the comprehensive-based curriculum, stroke continuous assessment for USE aligned curriculum. The other one is on enhancing field conduct of examinations. The committee recommends that Finance provides additional 8.45 billion to cover the increased daily transport cost and supervision for the UNEB officials and markers. Then about marking, the committee recommends that the Finance Ministry provides an additional 6.52 billion to increase examination marking fees to attract the right number of examiners. On ICT infrastructure, the committee recommends that Finance adds 8.60 billion to cater for the establishment of a business continuity and disaster recovery site. On the promotion of equal and fair access to assessment across all categories, the committee recommends that Finance provides an additional 3.15 billion to facilitate support for personnel of special needs education candidates. About construction of the e-assessment center, the committee recommends that Finance provides an additional 27 billion for the completion of the construction of the e-assessment digital center. Other entities, vote 166, National Council for Sports. About preparation for AFCON 2027, the committee was informed that the council received additional funding of 122.89 billion. However, the council requires an additional funding towards AFCON Games 2027, of which 1 billion for hire, 2 billion for hosting the 4 Nations tournament at least a month, and 9.1 billion additional for equipment and personnel for maintenance of the completed AFCON facilities. Recommendation: the committee recommends that Finance provides an additional 1 billion for hire of 5 specialized technical human performance consultants for Uganda Cranes players, 2 billion for hosting the 4 Nations tournament, at least 1 month to AFCON of 2027, to kick off and the AFCON 2027 kickoff, and 9.1 billion for equipping and personnel for maintenance of completed AFCON facilities. On funding, the national team, preparation for the major critical internal championship of Olympic and Paralympic Games, and all African Games for Islamic solidarity. We recommend that the Ministry adds additional 4.2 billion for national teams' preparation for major critical international championships and tournaments. On other critical activities, Madam Speaker, the committee recommends that 1 billion for national anti-doping organization to fully implement its mandate. 6 billion to establish the national rewards and recognition scheme. Another one is 8 billion for operationalization of the Tiriet, that higher training center in Sebei. Next is 5 billion for redevelopment of Uganda Golf Course Kitante. And the other one is 5 billion for hosting the World Challenger Series of Rugby in 2027. And then 30 billion towards the rehabilitation of regional stadia as guided by National Council for Sports and necessary for funding for each stadium. Education Service Commission, the committee recommends that the Minister of Finance provides 7 billion to facilitate initial phase of the construction of ESC office block to address the shortage of office space and storage, and an additional 0.4 billion to undertake evidence-based research to support the Commission's mandate. And the Minister of Finance also Minister of Finance should also provide the Ministry with the wage to support recruitment of personnel to fill current staffing gaps in the schools, to promote assistant education officers who have acquired graduate qualifications. Kampala City Authority, KCCA. There are several narrations about removal of asbestos and all that and lighting. So recommendation, even Philip Omondi Stadium. The committee recommends that the Ministry of Finance allocates additional 12.0 billion to purchase land for the construction of city schools in KCCA, 1.05 billion to cater for the refurbishment and removal of asbestos in the 3 schools, that is Mengo Primary School, Katwe, Matters Primary School, and City High School. The other one is 1.6 billion to install lightning arresters in 79 UPE and 22 government-aided secondary schools. 3.0 billion to construct 264 toilet facilities in government-aided primary schools. 39 billion in a phased manner to complete construction of Philip Omondi Stadium. And honorable members, Philip Omondi Stadium, I think all members here consume the services of that stadium, so let's hope you are with us, because they are really in a dire need of 39 billion.
Chairman, maybe also just to inquire, these training facilities you're talking about, Kacheka, Mbale, Soroti, how much has finance provided?
I think it is 0, and that's why we are making the recommendation, where we say additional.
Addition. Okay, then you have Bugembe.
All those are just not mentioned.
But when you're making some of these observations, you need to first establish whether land is ours or kingdom, because that is our kingdom land. So you need the authority from the kingdom.
Madam Speaker, we shall find out, but Bugembe is actually, it has no controversy about land acquisition or land ownership. So, can I proceed to National Council for
You can also add Bukedea there, I've seen.
Yes, Bukedea Stadium also can be.
I am only asking the criteria that was used to determine those other areas.
So the minister is going to give us the criteria. So can I proceed, Madam Speaker? National Council
Please continue.
National Council for Education, the committee recommends that the Ministry of Finance allocates 13.814 billion in a phased manner to enable National Council for Higher Education to undertake all interventions as per the funding gap. Vote 111, National Curriculum Development Center. Of course, National Curriculum Development Center has issues domestic areas, finalization of the teacher's resource book, and other critical and funded activities. Recommendation, the committee recommends that the finance allocates an additional 3.5 billion towards development of A-level curriculum, 4.08 billion for development, printing, and the countrywide distribution of the curriculum documents for the renewed lower primary curriculum and even secondary, 0.810 billion to the center to cater for the accumulated areas, 4.7 for finalization of the development of teachers' resource book, and the Uganda shillings 1.8 billion for purchase of vehicles for staff, 2.15 billion for recruiting or recruitment of staff. Public universities, these are general issues, Madam Speaker and honorable members.
Yes.
And the committee recommends that the government commits to addressing the persistent issue of underfunding in public universities to at least operate at an average of 50% staffing level. Next on the page, the committee recommends that the finance allocates sufficient funds to be commensurate with the number of government-sponsored students to avoid situations in which the university has to use its operational funds to provide the students with allowances, living out allowances, and to apply for a supplementary budget each financial year. The government, through the various public universities, should harmonize the students' food and living out allowance to avoid agitation by other students. Another one, Madam Speaker, is about Makerere University. The committee recommends that finance allocates 1.269 billion to handle renovation of its water and sewage system across the main campus, as well as the renovation of Welcome Trust, New Avenue, and Query Flats. 7.55 billion towards outsourcing cleaning and security guard services. On Chambogo University, the committee recommends that the Uganda Land Commission and Ministry of Lands, Housing and Urban Development undertakes a comprehensive land audit to resolve overlapping tenure conflicts. 2, the committee also urges finance to allocate 28.58 billion in a phased manner for recruitment of academic staff in the medium term to bring the staffing level to at least 50%. Gulu University, the committee recommends that the finance allocates an additional 2.902 billion to cover shortfalls arising from salary harmonization, 18.643 billion in the mid-term to increase the university's staffing level to at least 50%, 28.41 billion for completion of construction of Gulu Constituent College in Moroto, 12.815 billion to complete construction of the Business and Development Center. For Muni University, Madam Speaker, we recommend that the Minister of Finance allocates 14.698 billion towards the completion of the various construction projects which have stalled at the university, and 15.302 billion towards kick-starting of the construction of the teaching hospital. Mbarara University of Science and Technology, the committee recommends that the finance allocates additional 35.43 billion towards recruitment of staff in the medium term to increase the staffing level to at least 50%, 0.491 for salary scale harmonization for non-teaching staff. Finance also is urged to additionally give 2.8 billion towards retooling of labs, workshops with specialized machinery and equipment for teaching, research, and innovation. Soroti University, the committee recommends that the Ministry of Finance allocates 5 billion for the procurement of the necessary equipment and machinery for instruction of the 3 new engineering courses. Lira University, the committee recommends that the finance provides 5.0 billion to promote additional critical staff, 1 billion to cover shortfalls within the welfare facilities, and NSSF, 1.5 billion for research and innovation fund. Kabale University, committee recommends that an additional 3 billion be allocated to university to support its research agenda for 26-27. Bustema University, the committee recommends that finance provides an additional funding of 14.862 billion to increase on its staffing levels from 10% to about at least 50%. 5.2 billion, 5.23 billion for strengthening labs and ICT to provide in the provision of its services of IT. UMI recommendation, the committee recommends that finance allocates additional 15.2 billion for the construction of the new purpose building at Kampala branch, new classroom office at Mbale branch, and a new classroom office block at Mbarara branch. The committee recommends that finance avails the institute with 2.0 billion to support its research agenda. Makerere University Business School, the committee recommends that the additional funding of 2.6 billion for staff sub-program for financial 26-27 be approved as per the draft estimates in table below. I beg to move, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, honorable members. You've had the lamentations from the Minister of Education. They need more money for those facilities. We'll forward a report for reconciliation, harmonization, and consolidation to the Budget Committee. Honorable Flora. Honorable Flora, can I request the remaining reports just to give us the budget allocation? Don't give us the unfunded priorities. Just give us the budget allocations, since we are still going to harmonize it with the Florence. Just give us the budget allocations.
The Sectoral Committee on Presidential Affairs.
So each of us, you have 5 minutes, and then Health has 5 minutes.
Okay. Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable and members, allow me to lay a copy of the report, minutes and accompanying documents of the proceedings of the ministerial policy statements for the Committee of Presidential Affairs.
Honorable members, all these reports are captured. They are being laid on table. If you have issues that you need to raise, Honorable Peter, we have finished yours, don't go. Members, since we have all this, let these people lay on table and only give us the budget allocation, and then in case we have anything that we need to inquire, we follow the report to the Budget Committee. So just give us the budget allocation. Yes, and it will be in the Hansard. Capture everything on the report.
I beg to lay.
Please, thank you.
Right Honorable Speaker and members, in accordance with Article 155 of the Constitution of the Republic of Uganda, 1995, Section 12, Section 12.
Florence, go ahead and give us the budget allocation.
Okay. I'm starting with vote 001, Office of the President. The issues are salary enhancement for RDCs. The committee recommends that a total of 29.079 billion be allocated to vote 001 to cater for salary enhancements for the 146 RDCs, 170 deputy RDCs, 432 assistant RDCs, financial year 2026-2027. Inadequate office accommodation for RDCs, Allocation, committee recommends that 2.80 billion be availed to vote 001 for construction of 4 offices for RDCs. Financial year
Honorable
2026,
Florence, go to the
2027.
budget table. Budget table on page 55. Vote 001, recurrent 368.
Budget allocations. Vote 001, Office of the President, recurrent expenditure 368 billion 225 930. Development expenditure 20 billion 124 million. Vote 002, State House, budget item, recurrent expenditure 453 billion 463 million 715. Development expenditure 27 billion 772 million. Vote 003, Office of the Prime Minister, budget item, recurrent expenditure 48 billion 940 million. Development expenditure 167 billion 960 million. Vote 023, Minister of KCCA and Minister of KCCA. Budget item, recurrent expenditure 10 billion 457 million. Development expenditure 313 billion 265 million. Vote 107, Uganda AIDS Commission, recurrent expenditure 25 billion 936 million 453. Development expenditure 557 million. Vote 110, Uganda Industrial Research Institute, recurrent expenditure 22 billion 506 million 660. Development expenditure 2 billion 893 million 60,000. Vote 112, Ethics and Integrity, recurrent expenditure 15 billion 659 957,000. Development expenditure 64 million 770. Vote 122, Kampala Capital City Authority, recurrent expenditure 331 billion 950 million. Development expenditure 517 billion 391 million. Vote 158, Internal Security Organization, recurrent expenditure 297 billion 897 million. Development expenditure 55 billion 241 million. Vote 159, External Security Organization, recurrent expenditure 129 billion 612 million.
126. not
126 billion. Thank you, Right Honorable. 612 billion. Development expenditure 15 billion 702 million. Vote 167, Science, Technology and Innovation, recurrent expenditure 519 billion 334 billion. Development expenditure 76 billion 998 million.
Honourable members, that
I
is
beg to move.
Thank you. That's the breakdown of presidential affairs. You can go and study and follow this report to the budget committee. And I refer you to the budget committee for harmonization, reconciliation and consolidation. Thank you, Honorable Flora. Health.
The Sectoral Committee on Health.
And it is capture it in the Hansard, all these reports. And you're following what Honorable Natumanya has done.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker and colleagues. I'm going to try and summarize.
I am saying
as
go
per
to the
instructions
I
from the
am
Speaker.
saying go to the supply.
Let me on table a copy of the report.
Captured. Please lay.
I beg to lay. The report has been uploaded. If you
My name is Daphne Msima. I am the head of operations of the Uganda Chamber of Energy and Minerals. Today was an Egypt-Uganda investment forum, and the insights here not only show that Uganda is a destination, but they show that we are ready for investment, and we call upon each and everyone that is interested in investing in Uganda. We already have bankable projects in oil and gas, in energy, as well as minerals. Please do come through for us and invest. We are ready to receive you, and the government has made sure that you have incentives that will benefit you when it comes to this investment. Thank you. My name is Daphne Msima. I am the head of operations of the Uganda Chamber of Energy and Minerals. Today was an Egypt-Uganda investment forum, and the insights here not only show that Uganda is a destination, but they show that we are ready for investment, and we call upon each and everyone that is interested in investing in Uganda. We already have bankable projects in oil and gas, in energy, as well as minerals. Please do come through for us and invest. We are ready to receive you, and the government has made sure that you have incentives that will benefit you when it comes to this investment. Thank you. My name is Daphne Msima. I am the head of operations of the Uganda Chamber of Energy and Minerals. Today was an Egypt-Uganda investment forum, and the insights here not only show that Uganda is a destination, but they show that we are ready for investment, and we call upon each and everyone that is interested in investing in Uganda. We already have bankable projects in oil and gas, in energy, as well as minerals. Please do come through for us and invest. We are ready to receive you, and the government has made sure that you have incentives that will benefit you when it comes to this investment. Thank you.
Then for Uganda Heart Institute, we have 59 points.
Honorable, when you're reading figures, vote 014 Minister of Health 284,456,843.
Thank you very much, Right Honourable Speaker. For the Minister of Health, that's vote 014. We have 284,456,843 billion. For Uganda Cancer Institute, we have 99,603,096,000. Thank you. Vote 115, that is Uganda Heart Institute. We have 59,764,538,000. For Uganda National Medical Stores, we have 861,501,136,000. Vote 017, Uganda Virus Research Institute, UVRI. We have 13,445,308,000 shillings. For vote 134, Health Service Commission, we have 18,957,000 vote shillings. Fine. Vote 151, Uganda Blood Transfusion Services, that's UBTS. We have 40,081,599,000.
Honorable Chair, now you can have for the referral hospitals.
For the referral hospitals?
The total of referral hospitals.
Right Honourable Speaker, for each Right Honourable Speaker, or like?
The total for subtotal for referral hospitals, 583 billion.
For the subtotal, the current for the referral hospitals, we have 1 trillion.
Subtotal is 583 billion, 185, 171 million, 827, giving a total of 1 trillion.
377.
The total current is 1 trillion 960 billion 865 million 304. Then you go to development.
Subtotal referral for the referrals is 583 billion 171 millions 873,000. Then for the total recurrent, 827. For the total recurrent, we have 1 trillion 960 billions 865 millions 304,000. Those are shillings. Then for the development expenditure, for the Ministry of Health, the total MD is 1 trillion 667 billion 96 million 872,000. Those are shillings. Then for the referral hospitals, that is on page 67, we have 3. The referral hospitals, the subtotal, we have 130 billion 143 millions 468,000. Those are Uganda shillings. So total development, we have 1 trillion 797 billion 240 millions 340,000. The grand total appropriation is 3 trillion 758 billions 105 millions 644,000 shillings. I beg to move that the budget for health subcommittee be considered. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. The report is referred pursuant to Rule 156(2) for reconciliation, harmonization, and consolidation. And if you have anything particular, please follow it up to the budget committee, harmonize it there, reconcile it there, and consolidate. We will have the House on Tuesday at 10. Tuesday at 10. And as I said, we will start with the tax bills. And all outstanding bills that are with the committees should be presented next week. I am saying all the outstanding bills, including sovereignty. The House adjourned to Tuesday.
Come through.